Hey Shannon, it's Ashley. I told Alex already. I'm standing by. I'll be on text or chat if you need me. Knock on wood, we won't. But
Great.
I'll
Thank
be
you.
standing by.
All right, commissioners, we're live.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chair Kite, and I would like to welcome you to the May 12th, 2021 Historic Resources Commission meeting. The HRC is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by North Carolina general statutes, the City of Asheville's Unified Development Ordinance, and Buncombe County Ordinance. We are authorized to hear requests for certificates of appropriateness for alterations, demolitions, new construction, and other work within historic districts, or for the alteration and demolition of historic landmarks, and other duties, including preliminary review of subdivisions as specified in the ordinances for the HRC. All commissioners and staff are participating virtually. We appreciate your patience as we work through commission meetings a bit differently than normal. We are streaming live on the city's Virtual Engagement Hub, which is accessible through the Virtual Engagement Hub link on the front page of the city's website, as well as through the link on the HRC webpage. We also have an option for the public to listen by phone by dialing 855-925-2801 and entering code 9384. Welcome to all of you joining us today. I'm going to now introduce our commission members and ask those that are participating here today to just acknowledge when I call your names. I want to first extend a warm welcome to our newest commissioner. Sue Oliva is joining us today for her first meeting as commissioner on HRC. So welcome to you, Sue. We look forward to having you as part of our team.
Thank you.
I'm going to now call everyone else, all the other commissioners by name. If you would just say a quick hello. Make sure that you mute your microphone when you're not speaking, and when you have a question or would like to speak, you can go ahead and unmute your microphone. Obviously, please remember to mute again after you're done speaking. So if you could all just say a quick hello when I call your name. Commissioner Brusades.
Hello.
Commissioner Gardner.
Hi, everyone.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Hello.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Hi.
Commissioner Oliva.
Hi.
Commissioner Sprang.
Hello.
Commissioner West.
Hello.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Hey there.
Vice Chair Eakins, I don't see yet. Oh,
I
yes.
see myself, but can you hear me? Am I on
Yes.
there?
I can
Good.
hear you.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hello. Okay. To help our audience follow along, I'm going to state each section of the agenda aloud, and we'll ask for a vocal roll call for each vote. The first item on the agenda, we're going to consider the minutes from the April meeting of the HRC. The minutes include findings of fact and conclusions of law for certificates of appropriateness. Are there any corrections?
I move we approve the minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay. And we'll vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins?
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus?
I'm going to abstain since I was not at that meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Oliva?
I'm going to abstain as well.
Commissioner Sprang?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
I'll abstain as well. I was also not present for last month's meeting. Looks that motion carries. We're going to now begin the evidentiary hearings for the items listed on the agenda. As a quasi-judicial proceeding, the HRC is not setting policy, nor are we soliciting public opinion on the desirability of an application. The The HRC hears and considers evidence presented and applies the standards set forth in the guidelines and standards of the specific historic district for that application. The HRC must make its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence to determine the facts of the hearing. The HRC will use judgment and discretion to apply the standards contained in the relevant guidelines to the facts. The commissioners, in voting for an item, will not have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change, will not have a conflict of interest, and will not have engaged in ex parte communication regarding the application. Rules for speaking. This meeting is open to the public, but participation is limited to interested parties who wish to provide comment or testimony regarding the proposal. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and how they relate to the relevant historic standards and guidelines, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. At this time, I will administer the oath for all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. And it looks like applicants for 90 Montford Avenue are in the meeting so far.
I see a few more folks. I think everyone for the first 3 items.
Okay.
So it should be, let me make sure I got everybody on your list. Yes, the applicant list in the chair doc folder,
Yep.
Emily has everybody for
Okay.
those first 3 items.
So Michael Romanello, Ron Lunsford, Mark Kliss, Suzanne Colville. Is Kelly also here? I don't have her last name.
Kelly Gloger, yes, he's here. I saw him earlier. He's not in my squares at the moment, but
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm here, folks. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read the oath, and then I'm going to ask you each individually to affirm as I call your name. So if you would, please raise your right hand for those of you that we can see on the video. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Alex?
I do.
Michael?
I do.
Ronnie?
I do.
Mark?
I do.
Suzanne?
I do.
Kelly?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you all. And we'll circle back to the other.
Emily, this is Shannon.
sorry,
I
Shannon.
do as well, just in
Great.
case. You never know.
Yep.
Chair Kite, before we move on, I think Maggie Burleson, our city clerk, is here and she raised her hand. I know she just sent me a note about Dr. Waters, and I think he's going to be joining us at some point.
Just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Maggie. I guess he came to City Hall, Chair Kite, mistakenly, so he wasn't able to get to have his oath taken care of while he was here because he didn't have a photo ID with him either. So when hopefully he'll be able to join virtually, and then I'll just when his timing makes sense, I will just let Maggie know that he's with us and she can jump in and give him his oath.
Perfect. Okay. And then we will circle back around to this for the other 2 applications at the bottom of our agenda for when they join the meeting as well. Okay, we will now move to our first public hearing item. I'm going to turn things over to you, Alex, for a staff report. And our first item is 90 Montford Avenue.
Thank you, Chair Kite and members of the commission for being here today. The property located at 90 Montford Avenue is the William Randolph School. Also is now owned by Buncombe County. and is the North Star Academy. Some of you may know it better as that as its current name. It's sited right on the corner of Cortland Avenue and Montford Avenue. It's pretty large property. So there's a retaining wall that goes across the backside, like where the corner. Well, there's a historic retaining wall along Montford and a portion of Cortland, and then it turns the corner onto Gudger, and it's pretty tall at that section. It's about 10 feet, I believe, and it travels along the street here and then travels into the property and goes all the way across. So they have done a complete engineering assessment and historical assessment of the wall, and came to the conclusion that the portion of wall along that's along Gudger Street that they are proposing for replacement was constructed sometime around 1950. Partly the reason before this is coming before you today is because the wall, they're proposing to replace the wall with a stone veneer versus reusing the existing stone. Being that the wall is not historic, that gives me less concern. You can see from the site plan, the section that we're talking about, Gudger Street is the section down below. And then Cortland is on the far left here. So it's this highlighted section in yellow that is the section that needs to be repaired. And you can see the kind of outward rotation of the wall in the photos that they provided in the application. It's got a pretty substantial lean over the sidewalk, and you can see obviously that the sidewalk is cracking, and it's pretty much a hazard at this point. I do recognize that stone veneer, even though it's used a lot these days, it's harder to achieve the quality that this wall has. But again, since it's not historic and it is a structural issue, I think that it's appropriate to use the stone veneer. As part of the work, they will need to remove the sidewalk below the wall at the street level, as well as the section of sidewalk or the concrete sidewalk within the site itself, and then a portion of the asphalt around it. So that will all be replaced in kind. The one questionable item that I noted to the applicant is there's a chain link fence above the wall along the edge of the parking lot. That will also have to be removed for the length of the section they're replacing to accommodate the construction. And chain link fencing is not, it's strongly discouraged in the district, and it's not permitted in locations where it would abut a right of way. So I let the applicant know that they would need to choose an alternative material. They did, explain to me that it might be weird because there's chain link fencing throughout the rest of the site, so they would really only be replacing one section of the fencing. But I just suggested that they might bring an alternative material design to you guys today, knowing that the guideline conflicts with allowing for chain link fencing in this location. So this is the little, hopefully you can see that, the little the rendering of the metal picket fencing that they are proposing if you all are not supportive of chain link. So other than that, I feel like it's a pretty straightforward request. It's about 130 feet of wall that will need to be replaced. So it's a big, substantial job. The rest of the wall, they have not deemed that it needs to be replaced at this point in time. So we're just talking about the section along Gudger Street and a little bit into the parcel where you can see how it kind of like jogs a little bit here. So hopefully that helps explain what the application request is, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Commissioners, are there any questions for Alex?
Alex, your suggestion is to put the is that what kind of aluminum fence in between?
I believe so. That's most typical what we see as far as metal fencing these days. It's rare that we would get an application for a custom fence, especially for a section of fencing this long.
And post and wire or something like that, that's not enough for that, for the safety there, or?
I did not ask. I
Well,
mean,
we can ask later, but
yeah,
okay.
I didn't ask. I did let them know that typically when fencing is allowed, it is screened with vegetation from the exterior point of view. So I think if, if either fencing type, post and wire, if that is suitable to meet building code, or the metal picket, if they screen it with landscaping, it will certainly help to soften it within the landscape.
Any other questions for Alex? Yes.
I see that that Commissioner Waters has joined us. Hi, dear, and welcome. Sorry about the mix-up.
Oh, that's okay, Alex. I messed that up, so good to be here.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to let Chair Kite, is it okay with you if I let Maggie know and we can just get that taken care of? Okay.
Yep.
Give me just a minute. Do you all have any other questions for me while we're waiting for Maggie?
Hi, this is Michael Romanello. Is this the opportunity to provide comment at this point, or just in terms of clarification, or is this all led by you and then comments afterward?
Well, so I just wrapped up my staff report. We have a couple of new commissioners with us today, and Commissioner Waters was not able to join when the city clerk was providing an oath for the other new commissioner. So I'm just waiting a second to see if she can jump back in, because the new commissioner has been able to join us now. So if we can get him sworn in real quick, then we can move on, and I'll turn it over to Chair Kite. Let me see if I can call her real quick.
Alex, Maggie just joined.
She must be away from her desk, so why don't we just keep going? And then...
She just joined.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
For the oath, I will need to see some ID for you, please.
Oh, Maggie, you told me that, and then I forgot it. Well, give me just a minute, and I'll go get it. Okay.
Sorry. My apologies for holding up your meeting.
Not your fault, Maggie. Thank you for making time to be here today.
We'll just call this a puppy intervention just to distract you. That's Buzz. He decided that he wanted to join me in my meeting today, so he's sitting in my chair quietly for the most part.
He can be our 12th commissioner.
There you go. Do you swear or affirm? I do.
That ID may be a little difficult for him.
Okay.
Yes, he's not licensed yet. Oops.
Hey, Gwen.
Hey, good to see you, Darren. Welcome.
Okay, Maggie, can you see it?
I can. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we will just have you affirm. You don't have to repeat it after me, but if you'll say I affirm at the end, that would be great.
Okay.
I, Darren Waters, do solemnly and sincerely affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of North Carolina and the constitutional laws of the United States, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will in all respects support the provisions of the Charter of the City of Asheville, the ordinances of the City of Asheville, and faithfully discharge the duties as a member of the Asheville-Buncombe Historic Resources Commission.
I affirm.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Welcome, Commissioner Waters. It's nice to have you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, if there's no other questions for Alex, I'm going to turn things over to the applicant to provide any additional information regarding this particular application, and we'll have an opportunity then to also ask questions of them as well. Michael?
Yes, just a couple things I wanted to add. With the aerial photo that Alex has pulled up, just want to make that clear that all that pink line around the property does represent the existing chain link fence. And then 130 feet of that, pretty much along the parking lot along Gudger Street, would be what would be replaced. I'm sure the county would be willing to look at some other options, approved options, if the chain link fence is not approved to go back in terms of like post and wire that may be cheaper or more affordable than the metal fencing, black coated metal fencing panel shown there. But I would want to also look into what might be the requirements, since that is a parking lot on the high side of the wall in terms of vehicular safety. Obviously, there's a chain link fence there now, probably not rated for vehicular impacts, but current regulations may have changed since then. So I definitely want to double check on that. And then one thing I did want to point out, prior to constructing the stone veneer over the concrete retaining wall, we are requiring the contractor construct a mock-up section of stone. That way we can get a visualization on the stone veneer and mortar color, and make sure that we are doing our best to match the existing wall as best we can. We believe it's going to require a mix of different stone, not just one category of stone from, say, a supplier, maybe several different mixes, I guess.
Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant?
I do have one question for the applicant. Where the top of the stone wall is, can you tell me how deep that setback is before you reach the fence? Like from the edge of the wall to where the fencing is?
Yes, currently it is about 4 feet. And initially, and the current plans show the fence being realigned on top of the concrete wall. And that was for maintenance purposes, because there's a strip of grass between the wall and the sidewalk. I understand that the 4 foot setback is likely to be required. So we would go back to essentially putting it back where it is shown. It's represented by the line with the circles, intermediate circles on that drawing on the screen.
Okay. And are there planned to be any plantings in front of that?
Not currently.
Okay. Thank you.
So the fence is not on top of the concrete wall. It's in front of it on the school parking lot side.
That's correct.
Okay, I see on the drawings.
Yeah, that's where it's presently located. Like I said, we initially were going to realign that to be on top of the wall, and I think that still would be the preference. But if we need to meet the requirements from the commission and the Montford guidelines, then placing it 4 foot behind the wall is no problem. I think our biggest request is just to ask for a variance on the fence type and just replace it in kind with 4 foot high chain link fence.
And I think the primary purpose of the wall of the fence feels like fall protection for pedestrians that are on the school parking lot side at the top of the wall from sort of falling off the edge. That's a pretty substantially tall wall right next to the public sidewalk. And so I think, Michael, I would look to the building code for some support around what the requirements are for that guardrail and its location too, because I feel like, in addition to the guidelines for the district, if there's the potential for a pedestrian to get between the wall and the fence, the fall protection purpose that it's serving is sort of, is not, we've lost our fall protection if there's an opportunity for a pedestrian to get between the fence and the wall on the top side of that wall. And I think given from my perspective as a mama with kids at a school, I think they're going to go behind the fence if they can. So I think that might be something we want to take into consideration as a commission and with regards to what the building code requires in terms of the substance of that fence.
I'm trying to pull it up right now, but the commission reviewed a project a couple of years ago for a multifamily development in Montford, and they did have a similar situation, although it would have been a new retaining wall. So I'm just going to try to dig through our files while you all are talking to see what type of fence they were proposing there, because it was a taller wall than this one. And it was the same scenario where there was a parking lot abutting the wall. And I believe that they were allowed to have space between, I could be wrong. So, but I'll pull that up and see what it looked like.
Commissioners, other questions for the applicant?
The concrete sidewalk is getting replaced in that section because of its cracking, right?
Yes, due to the height of the wall, the footing, the structural footing will actually be up to 10 feet wide. So in order to facilitate the construction of the footing, the lower sidewalk along Gudger and a portion of Gudger Street will need to be demolished, as well as the sidewalk on the school side.
Thanks.
Okay, we're going to pause for just a minute in our conversation on questions and open the floor for public comment if there is any.
Madam Chair, we do not have any callers in the queue.
Thank you. We'll close the floor for public comment. Commissioners, further discussion?
I feel that changing the fence material midway for a small section might draw more attention to the fence, the chain link fence, than following the guidelines, since there's about 4 miles of this chain link fence running. I don't know how others feel about that.
I'm looking at page 37 of the Montfort Design Review Guidelines. And number 11, I mean, they do mention chain link fences multiple times, but since we're talking about a utilitarian safety-based fence in a public area rather than residential, looking at number 11 where it says that although chain link fencing is discouraged, but allowed provided it is dark in color, and then they have a setback and screened with vegetation, which I think is less applicable here, but that dark in color made me wonder if maybe that would kind of be a way. I'm not sure, I'm just bringing this out here for discussion, but maybe that could be something that could kind of lower its profile.
So I pulled up what that other project I was describing. If you are, let's see, where'd my tab go? The image on the top middle is what they were proposing, and they had room to do landscaping between the guardrail and the top of the wall. And I don't like, in my professional opinion, looking at number 11, if you keep reading, then it says it will not be permitted in a yard that faces a public alley or street. I feel like, and the other thing is you have to think about if like, let's say that they then come back, 5 years from now, want to, replace another section of fence, then is it okay to go with chain link just because this was replaced with new chain link? So that's just one question I would pose to the group.
I mean, it seems to me we have no question but to follow that. I mean, no option but to follow that guideline, no matter how inoffensive a chain link at the back of a parking lot of a school might be. We simply have to do what the guideline says, and it's a matter of how they want to do that.
I know that in projects before, when we've requested a post and wire fence, I'm pretty certain that that's not going to fly code-wise in this case. So I think they're probably going to have to go with a metal picket type style. Or was wood picket also an option? But that's probably not so good for maintenance.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the metal kind of blends in with the landscape a little bit more. Doesn't create as much as a visual boundary. And with screening, I think you really won't, it will, become sort of invisible.
Also, if we do determine that we need to go with the metal, maybe they could do some type of transition between the old material and the new material, like a break, just to keep it from looking not quite as funny. So.
What kind of a break are you thinking, Emily? Like a buffer with landscaping?
Either through landscape or potentially a post or column of some sort.
There's going to be some extra stone nearby.
There may.
It doesn't look like in the site plan that because the fencing continues, right? There's other fencing that they're not going to be replacing. A little bit hard to tell with all this overlay on the drawings, but at some point, so the 4-foot setback is from Gudger Street property line. Is that right, Alex?
I'm sorry, I was corresponding with Janice about a question about the agenda. What was your question?
The fence has to be 4 feet from the Gudger Street property line?
From the top of the retaining wall.
Oh, set back 4 feet from the top of the retaining wall.
I think that's what the standard says.
So in this picture that's on the screen, is that 4 feet? If you read that picture number 2 from.
So that is just a generic example that they submitted. Their site plan is, you can clearly see that there is that spacing between the top of the wall and the guardrail.
No, I mean in this other example from this other project that we reviewed.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The image is just an example. It's not. That's just a image showing what they were proposing. I'd have to measure the site plan that they submitted, but I can pull it up. It is here. So I don't recall measuring that or whether we talked about how far away the guardrail was. I remember that we did talk about, that the code dictated this, and it may have required that the guardrail be, farther in one direction or the other, but it's been a while since we reviewed that application.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guesstimate, it looks like it's closer than 4 feet, especially on the right side, but it could be close.
Yeah. I mean, I think that back to Emily, maybe it was your point about sort of delineating between the new fencing and the old fencing, existing chain link. It's a little hard to tell on this drawing where one's going to stop and one's going to start. Michael, is that the difference between the squares and the circles on your fence lines?
Let me review the drawing real quick, and it essentially would be everything within the yellowish hatching on sheet R4. I think Alex did have that specific sheet pulled up. Yes.
So there's the one line type that says metal handrail, which is the squares and the line, and then there's the chain link fence, which is circles. And I guess the question is, we're going right to the edge of the yellow hatching with new fence that's probably not going to be chain link. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for there to be some sort of a transition there, but I think my hardship is the amount of space for someone to walk between the fence and the edge of the wall. I sort of I'm having a hard time with that in spite of the guidelines.
Ronnie, is there anything you want to mention in regard to safety measures for maintenance? Like how is that grass currently mowed between the wall and the fence?
Yeah, Michael, Chair, Kite, and Commissioners, this is Ronnie Lussford with Buncombe County General Services, and I'm here with some folks from Asheville City Schools as well. We're having some technical difficulties, I'll call it, with our Google Meet. I'm not able to see your presentation, and I'm having to use 2 different devices to make this work. So I apologize if I sound funny or if there's an echo or anything, but yeah, like Chair Kite is saying, and Michael as well, the space between the wall and the fence is definitely a concern of ours safety-wise from the school standpoint. And I'm not sure what state public instruction folks or anything like that might have to weigh in on that. That's definitely a concern, and that's, like Michael mentioned, that's why we set that up. Minimizes that concern and makes maintenance easier as well. All of the comments that have been made about the chain link, that was one of our concerns, is just we are replacing such a small section in the grand scheme of things of that fence. going back with something different could possibly look a little funnier than just putting, you know, a new chain link back up. But, you know, again, you guys just let us know what you think, and then we'll figure it out. So, but yeah, definitely a safety concern with having that large distance between the edge of that, you know, 10 to 12 foot tall wall and the fence.
Sir, you know, we really don't have any wiggle room for, you know, small bits of fence or whatever. The standard we're subject to reads the way it reads. And so I'm wondering if the safety concern could be met by reasonably significant planting that would take up that 4 foot space, bushes or something.
You know, yeah, I guess that's possible. You know, be finding the proper plant for sure that doesn't damage our new walls. Yeah, you know, that would be my concern, is that we put something in there that we don't want too big of a root system on anything for sure that can damage the drainage or the structural integrity of the wall. But definitely, yeah. And then maintenance on those items, even, you know, trimming and everything, have to stand on the top of that wall to trim or reach over the fence or whatever the case may be. But maybe a possibility.
Chair Kite, the current wall is flush to the ground. If they're replacing the wall with cinder block, or Alex, is this, can the wall be raised 4 or so feet for safety things to eliminate the chain link, the need for the chain link fence, or is that off of our abilities to suggest?
And I think in concept, Will, that is something that could happen. However, I think at this point it would take a redesign of their wall. I'm sure structurally it's designed to be the height that it is. And certainly the added cost to extending a concrete and stone wall up another 4 feet is pretty substantial. I think that certainly would have eliminated the mix of requirements and concerns, because then we're not really talking about a railing, or a fence, we're talking about the wall instead. But it feels pretty far down the road at this point with the project for us to ask the applicant to backtrack that far.
Chair Kite?
Yeah.
Commissioner Vaughn, is there a hierarchy of which rules or laws trump others? Because to your point, I can see what you're saying about the safety issue. My question is, why was that ever allowed to happen in the first place unless that's been changed? So, you know, we're all kind of talking about, does the fence have to be here? Can it be on top of the wall? Although I don't think that's allowed by the guidelines. So which do we defer to when there's a conflict like this?
That's a great question, and I don't know that there's a clear answer. I also think there's limited precedent in the district for walls of this height. And we're a little bit in an even more unique position because it is along a public right-of-way, which most of the rear yards or walls of this nature are not in the public right-of-way. And so the historic walls that we see that front houses along Montford, and even the one on Montford Street of this property, are much lower and are below the threshold of even requiring any kind of railing on top of it. The railing is required because of this extreme in height. You know, Alex, some guidance on, you know, there's not really any hierarchy that I'm aware of. I think that the chain link answer is pretty clear in the guidelines. Where does the boundary live in terms of deciding that there's extenuating circumstances around a particular standard to allow us to suggest the fence in a different place?
So if I understand the concerns related to safety, is that you are worried, or there's some concern that the upper portion between the fence and the wall could be accessed. Is that what I'm understanding? Well, so like maybe I'm just not. Maybe I'm misreading the site plan, but I was looking at the street view and where the fence meets the lower, the retaining wall that's kind of above grade here on this side. Would the fence not come all the way to meet the wall? Is that where you guys are worried about people going around? I'm just not sure. I just want to make sure I understand so I can.
Yeah, I think that feels like the most accessible point along the route of the wall. Certainly on the other end where this fence would meet the existing fencing, there's not a real opportunity to get around it. But I think there's real opportunity here, especially because this wall is low enough that folks can certainly get on top of it from the parking lot and sort of walk their way around. I have a middle school kid. And this feels like something that he would absolutely do. And so I think it's for me, it's a real concern. And I don't know how to navigate the guidelines to allow us the opportunity to consider putting the wall in a different place or consider putting the fence on top of the wall, which would be the most ideal case because there is no way to get behind there then. Or the requirement is to just landscape it enough to where there is no way to get there.
That would be my suggestion, to landscape, not, landscape on both sides of it, landscape in front of it. So you basically can't get around. I guess you could probably still climb the wall from that corner. Alternatively, and I don't know what the site conditions are in that corner. So Michael or Ronnie, please chime in if you can provide more information. But where the wall wraps the corner and it kind of looks overgrown in there, is there a possibility to just bring the fence so that it's flush with the outer section of wall that's above grade? Do you know what I'm saying? I can't tell if it is above grade when you wrap the corner or if it drops down right there. But I wonder if maybe the wall, when it extends, along, it just becomes flush with the sectional wall that extends above grade on the Gudger Street side. But again, that sort of would depend on what the actual site conditions are. I'm not even sure that would solve the problem because you still could climb on top of the wall and go around. I think alternatively to providing more robust landscaping in that area to try to mitigate any safety issues, I guess the commission could maybe find, and this might create more safety issues. You could maybe find a way to support the fence being moved farther out closer to the wall rather than 4 feet as required by the guidelines. If you wanted to cite a life safety concern, perhaps that might be the right way to go if you don't think that landscaping will do the job. I'm gonna look at the life safety standards while you are thinking on that.
I can go ahead, Emily.
One thing that I'm wondering is how much of this safety issue will the codes review tackle? So like we may not actually be responsible, or it may not be in our purview to really consider, the safeness or not safeness, but just determine, if the proposed design fits with the guidelines, which to me it seems like just if we did the metal fence and then make sure that there's, some screening with like greens or something, then I feel like that kind of covers our responsibility. And then perhaps it's the people reviewing the codes that would, determine if anything needs to be changed for safety purposes.
There are standards in the Montford guidelines for accessibility and life safety modifications. These do tend to speak more towards ADA requirements, et cetera, but egress and ingress, things like that. But I think that you could still, I know that the commission has used these in, some circumstances where where they may have not seemed evident to everyone that they should be utilized at first. Once we got into the review of the application, the commission decided to use them to support as a reason for allowing something a little bit different. I do understand what you're saying, Commissioner Spring, in terms of you guys not weighing into what the safety requirements are. But I think you could say there's one that number 2, this is on page 55, meet accessibility and life safety building code requirements in such a way that the historic site and its character defining features are preserved. I don't know if that, I don't know, to Commissioner Spring's point, if the, building safety requirement isn't that the fence be set right on top of the wall. I think that's what you use to kind of go along with that. But if that's not what the life safety requirement is, then I agree with her that I don't think that the commission should necessarily weigh too far in on that.
I think that was my point, was if we do something and then building and safety comes back and says you can't do that, what happens?
Well, there's a section, it can get kind of down in the weeds because there's a section of building code that applies to historic properties. And I'm not well versed in the 2018 building code enough to know whether this would, I don't think this would fall under any of the categories that are within that kind of special exception section of the code for historic properties, because it's not really related to the building or a historic element necessarily. So, but I would defer to the applicant on, knowing what the building code requirements are.
I think the language in the code for historic properties is that it's got to be designated, and I think it has to be a contributing structure, which I don't think this property is in Montford, right?
Right.
So
that's a good point. Thank you.
Michael, have you all gone through permit review?
Permit review?
Yeah.
We have not gone all the way through the building permit. We're working through that right now.
Well, Commission, I'm wondering the best path for this project to move forward today. I know I'm operating on assumption that the applicant would prefer not to come back again to the next meeting. And so I'm interested in talking through what the right path forward is. It sounds like there's some consensus around the fence material and that the guidelines are clear about what's permittable and what's not, what's permissible and what's not. One other condition that I might ask for some clarification on, Alex, is the engineering report that was submitted by the applicant. If you go several pages down, includes some photographs of some stone samples. And I don't know if that's been sort of all the way specified to the contractors or if the mock-up wall is intended to be that approval process. I think the mock-up wall is a great idea in this particular case, and I'm wondering, Alex, to what extent we want any involvement in sort of the review of that mock-up wall or samples of stone through the construction.
I think it would be a good idea to put a condition on the approval that staff is consulted in the field once the mock-up is complete. So just so that we can, go along with them during the process and just verify that it's consistent with the approval. I mean, I'm sure I trust them to let us know, but it's not never a bad idea for staff to be consulted in the field following an approval if there's kind of an unknown, if you will.
Currently, the plans require the contractor to submit the proposed stone veneer materials in a project submittal for review and approval by the engineer and the owner. That could always also be a time that the HRC could be looped in. We normally are trying to approve submittals, in 2 to 3 weeks. That unless if it has to go to a meeting, that may delay us. But
no, we're just saying
before the mock-up section, we have to approve the materials they're going to bring to build the mock-up section.
I think, Michael, that would be a staff level approval that wouldn't require any kind of presentation in the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be you contacting me, and I will come out and meet on site with whomever needs to be there. And then, once we verify in the field that you're good to go, then we can just check that box. It wouldn't be a very involved process at all. It would just require a meeting.
And it might be helpful before the mock-up, because by then the presumption would be, I think, that the materials selected are generally good to go and that the mock-up is looking primarily at workmanship. So it might be good when you get your submittals, Michael, for that to coordinate with Alex so she can see it before it goes on the wall.
Sure.
And should a landscape plan, or at least a planning plan, be submitted to staff for approval as a condition?
Yes, if you all are planning to approve the fence that we've all kind of talked through the safety concerns about being set back from the wall with landscaping in front, or on both sides potentially, if that's what they feel will be helpful to deterring people from going around the fence. Yes, we would need a landscape plan.
Alex, the interior wall that I guess is older, Michael maybe can speak to that, made of brick, is that going to landfill, or can that be, or is that part of our purview?
We are not sure what we are seeing, when we can peer through the clay pipes in the wall. There is a brick structure there. Could be an old, storm drain, like catch basin type system, because there is a curve, roundness to it. You can tell it's certainly not there along the whole wall. We don't know exactly what's behind this wall. We had some ground penetrating radar done. They did identify some areas with debris, but I was wondering along a similar line, would there be some use of this stone for other projects in Montford? Is there a place it could be taken to be, reused somehow? Or otherwise it will just be disposed in a construction and demolition landfill?
The city does not have any capability for storage of random materials taken from a construction site, but I will say that it's probably a good idea for us to add into the approval the stipulation regarding archaeological resources, and contacting our office if anything is discovered during construction, that they contact, similar to what we usually add to the approval for new construction projects. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Will. As far as being able to, house any random materials, we just don't have any facility where we could do that. Not only that, but without knowing kind of what we're saving, then are we saving, something that is,
Got it.
70 years old. We don't know, but I do think it's a good idea, since they don't know, they haven't, uncovered everything within there, that we stipulate that they will stay in contact with us and let us know if they discover anything that they think could potentially warrant investigation for archaeological significance.
I wonder if there's an interesting way to use that, if it's depending obviously on what it is when we find it, to make a transition between the new fencing and the old fencing, sort of back to your original point, Emily. Might be kind of interesting to salvage those materials.
Yeah, but potentially a sort of column or something to to bridge the change.
That's a good idea.
I don't feel particularly settled about the placement of the fence. And I can appreciate the need for us to stay in our lane with regards to the guidelines. It sounds a little bit unresolved at the moment with regards to permitting and building safety. If that review process has not worked its way through, I personally would be comfortable using a sort of life safety case for proposing the fence be somewhere different. But I don't know what the rest of the commission feels about that.
I will say, construction of the fence will literally probably be one of the last items to be constructed in the project. So we're fine with some conditional approval, and we can work through the selection of the material and placement of the fencing alignment.
I mean, because there is the serious question of placement, and there are a fair number of conditional conditions to be added to any approval. I'm wondering if the applicant really would mind continuing this to the June meeting, just so that some of these safety issues might be resolved, and we'll have a clearer idea what we're passing.
Perhaps they could take it through the permitting process and see if there's any red flag safety wise. That could be a course to take.
The only alternative I would see to that, Michael, just as an FYI, is if the commission approves something specific today, like setting the fence back, just theoretically setting the fence back 4 feet and requiring landscaping, or they are okay with the fencing going on the wall, but building safety says no to either one of those, and the HRC's already issued the approval, then you would have to submit an amendment application versus just if you wanted to continue today to see, to kind of try to work through the building safety stuff and then come back. You wouldn't have to submit an entirely new application.
Also, something to add, and I know it's not something you guys really need to worry about, but it's something we're seriously or significantly thinking of. This project will significantly impact the parking lot here and flow around the parking lot into the school. And so our goal is to have this completed and parking lot back open by the restart of school, August 23rd. So that's why our preference would be for, some conditional approval rather than pushing the project back, our ability to award this project is what I'm saying, back any further.
Alex, I don't think anybody's mentioned that sometimes we do approve part of an application, and if there's something that's unresolved, then that part could be continued. So I don't know if that helps, since Mr. Romanello said that the fence would be the last thing to be constructed. This way you could get approval for most of the work. But I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, you could separate it out, Michael, and then you would just have to submit a new application for the fence when that piece is ready.
So when we submit the new application, is there any other meeting requirements?
Yes, you would have to come back before the commission. You have to come back either way. That's what we're saying, is that if we don't know the answer to that today, then the commission they have to approve something specific related to the fence, or it has to be taken out entirely. And then if they approve something, if they approve a fence location, design, etc., and then, 3 weeks from now, you need to change that, you'll have to submit an amendment to the original approval, which would then have to come back before the commission potentially. It depends on how substantial the change is. Or you could, like Janice was saying, you could completely separate them and, get approval for the wall and the sidewalks and parking lot work now, and then submit a new application when you're ready for the fence. Or the third way is you can just ask for a continuance today and then try to get the fence information ironed out before the deadline for the next meeting. I would say that's probably going to be kind of tough because the submittal deadline is coming up pretty quickly for the next meeting.
So, Michael, you could amend your application in this meeting to eliminate the fence.
That's what I would suggest, because, if you want to have the rest of the construction completed, by the end of August, at least that piece won't be held up by the fence. And then you just reapply either for June or for July or whenever for the fence, and then we can, check that box at that point. That seems like it would make the most sense for your schedule.
So you need a revised plan set, essentially showing fence to be designed or something?
You would just verbally in the meeting amend your application to delete the fence.
Okay.
Is that what you're doing?
That's that. I don't want to speak for the owner, but I think that's our preference. Ronnie, do you want to chime in here?
Yes, sir, Michael. I think that definitely sounds like the best bet, and then we'll definitely have some things on our end procurement wise to make sure that when we do bid this project, obviously between now and the next time we get in front of the Historic Resources Commission here, I got to make sure everything, amongst the bidders is apples to apples. So we can have those conversations. But yes, I think, we definitely want to amend our application to eliminate the fencing at this point.
Okay. Michael, I think that provides you an opportunity to review the building code requirements and to work your way through the City of Asheville permitting process and get the feedback that you need that would provide you all and us some clarity around what's the best location for the fence.
Okay.
Hey, are we ready for a motion?
Sounds like it.
Okay, Madam Chair. Based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, project description and photographs, 11 pages, Exhibit B, engineering report, 28 pages, Exhibit C, engineering plans, 8 pages, Exhibit D, boring log, 9 pages, Exhibit E, lab test data, 15 pages, Exhibit F, site plan, 2 pages, received May 11, 2021. And the commission's...
Commissioner Eakins, there's a G and an H. Exhibit G is the Google Street View image, and H is the guardrail example that I showed.
Thank you. And the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to remove a 130-foot section of existing 10-foot tall by 18 24-inch wide stone retaining wall at rear property boundary that has a substantial lean over the sidewalk, and reconstruct it with a new cast in place concrete cantilever retaining wall faced with a stone veneer matching existing stone and design, configuration, texture, material, and color as closely as possible. Existing 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk above and 4-foot 5-inch sidewalk below wall will need to be removed for construction and will be replaced with new concrete walkways matching the existing dimensions. Portion of asphalt paving and parking lot will be removed and replaced to accommodate construction. All work will be in accordance with, excuse me, I need to add the archaeological feature, don't I, because of the wall. If archaeological resources are discovered during site work, work will cease until city staff have been notified and have inspected the site. All work will be in accordance with attached drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for fences and walls found on pages 36 to 37 and walkways, driveways, and off-street parking on pages 50 to 51 and archaeology on pages 32 to 33 in the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards adopted on April 14, 2010 and amended December 9, 2019 were used to evaluate this request. 3, the application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, section of wall proposed for replacement is not original to the district and has substantial lien over public right-of-way. 2, new stone veneer wall will match existing in terms of design, configuration, texture, material, and color as closely as possible. 2, that the standards for new construction, I'm sorry, I'm picking up the wrong one. Scrap that. C, new sidewalks will be concrete and rebuilt in the same location and configuration as existing. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
There a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Waters.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Myself, aye as well, and that motion carries.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions. 1, staff will be consulted in the field when the mock-up of the wall is complete. 2, the applicant needs to the applicant will provide staff with proposed materials for approval. 3, the applicant will approve a landscaping plan to staff for approval. And okay,
Wait, I don't.
that's it.
I'm
Anything
sorry.
else?
I don't think we need to include the landscape plan until we're reviewing the fence.
Okay, so that's it.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva,
Aye.
Commissioner Sprang,
Aye.
Commissioner Waters,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Aye, even though V comes before W.
that it does. Myself, I as well. That motion also carries. Michael and Ronnie, thank you.
Michael, Ronnie, I will follow up with you in the next few days or so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, that sounds good. Thank you all for having us today.
Okay, we'll move into our next item of new business, which is at 240 Pearson Drive, also in the Montford Historic District.
Thank you, Chair Kite. We don't have a very varied agenda today. I think all of our items are in Montford. All right, this application has a few parts to it, and I want to give a little bit of backstory on this project because I know we have quite a number of new commissioners since this project was initially reviewed for several different items back in 2018. So this is the subject property. The photographs on the top are, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sharing the right tab. The photographs on the top are the before pictures, and then the below pictures are after. So the property owners, Mark and Jennifer Keys, have put a lot of work into restoring this this house on the corner of Pearson and Tacoma Circle. They did quite a number of there were quite a number of items in their list for this rehab project, so I won't go through all of them, but it was comprehensive, both for the primary structure, the site, and the accessory structure. So they were given approval back in 2018 for the section of fencing shown along the front property boundary. You can see it a little bit more clearly here. It's the green line that goes along Tacoma and then up Pearson to meet the edge of the driveway. So when this application was first approved, they got approval for the section of green fencing, which is metal, and then there's some privacy fencing along the back here. There's also some metal fencing interior to the site because they were allowed to build a pool. Also, as part of that previous application, there were some stone pillars that were approved on either side of the driveway entrance. So the idea was that the metal fence would meet the pillar along the driveway. There was not a section of fence included on this north property boundary, which is shown in blue. So that is the more recent request that we've gotten from the applicant to tie the fence back around. They have not constructed the pillars yet, so those are included in this application as well, since that CA is old. And as part of that too, they're proposing to construct a fence, or sorry, excuse me, a gate matching the fencing across the driveway entrance. So that's one reason why this is coming before you today. You can see in the left hand corner or left hand side of this picture that you can see the fence coming towards the driveway and see where it will cross. There are a lot of fences in Montford. I have seen some that have gates that are more at like the side elevation of a house rather than out at the front property edge, kind of where you're more, formally closing off a driveway or an entrance into a property with a gate. I did drive through the neighborhood this morning just to kind of get my bearings to see if there were any examples. There were only two that I saw. They were both on Pearson. There were three. There were one that was on the corner of Pearson and West Chestnut. It was kind of a little bit different. The driveway didn't extend into the yard, so the gate was sort of just at the end of the driveway. There was another one farther down on Pearson that is an old chain link fence that obviously was not, that was probably predates the design guidelines. And then there's one farther down on Pearson that was, it was kind of a little bit of a hodgepodgey looking gate that was sort of like post and wire and wood fencing that was right on the edge of a driveway also. So there's not a ton of precedent for this. I did hear from one neighbor with concerns regarding this concept setting precedent for other places in the neighborhood. Obviously, if you look at the design standards for fencing, they're generally discouraged. The commission did approve this fencing previously, so I think there's, could be an argument to be made that like really just the fencing between the pillars is just, or the gates between the pillars is just another section of fencing. But anyways, I will leave that, that topic open, obviously, for you all to talk through today. Here's an image of this is a rendering of the proposed pillar that was previously approved, and it would match the pillars that this portico did not exist previously, but was part of the original architectural drawings, which we have thanks to Pack Library. And so they reconstructed that based on the original design. And so the pillars will match those that are on the post foundation. So, so no concerns about the posts themselves. And this is an image that was the applicant. I think that the applicant submitted this to me, or I might have pulled it up to Street View myself. I can't remember. I know that Mark and I talked through this. There was at some point in time, I believe that this was there until maybe 2012, at least from what I could tell on Street View, that there was a previously existing chain link fence on the property that did have a gate at pretty much the same location. Also, as part of the last approval, they were proposing some modifications to the little accessory structure that's back, the little carriage house that's back on the, let me show you on the site plan. It's in the northwest corner of the lot back here. This is basically what you would consider to be the front elevation. It faces to the side or faces the primary structure, but this is the front elevation. So I included their proposed drawings, which includes widening this to 16 feet. I believe it's like 8 feet now. And then also adding a door here and a little roof overhang. And then this is just moving around the side, adding windows to the opening, or adding a window to this kind of barn door opening here. And then this is the north elevation. Sorry, I put the wrong drawing on the wrong one. Let's see. No, that was right. Sorry. This is the west elevation where they're proposing to create a new opening here with 3 multi-light doors, and then these are just little vents, and they want to do windows below them. And then there's showing windows kind of wrapping around this new dormer that they want to add to the north elevation and changing the openings here and adding a skylight. I will tell you that when this was reviewed by the commission back in 2018, the commission was not in favor of allowing changes, especially to the main carriage door opening. They did allow them to modify it, but only by 2 feet. They allowed them to widen it by 2 feet because they wanted to drive a car into the space at that time, according to the designer. So that was the kind of max the commission was willing to budge there. They were proposing, some similar changes to features, like changing out the barn door on the east elevation with a window. The west elevation would stay the same, with the exception of the same thing. They would add a window there, and then there was no change to the fenestration here, except to, I think this is just a single light. Yeah, they changed this to a casement and then added 4 skylights. So this gives you an idea of what was previously approved versus what is being proposed. So, so I do have concerns about changing this opening. Generally speaking, window and door openings that are, especially that are on primary facade, should be retained and preserved, and that's true for accessory structures and primary structures. Then there also, I do think it's a little, I'm not necessarily saying it's a no-go from my perspective on the adding the dormer, but it does kind of throw off the character of this building a little bit if you're looking at it from the end. And I don't think it's appropriate to wrap that dormer with this very contemporary looking window configuration. I think if the dormer is deemed appropriate, that the window configuration should be similar to what's shown on the other side. And then I think on this elevation, we did talk through, so there was the last iteration, they had a Juliet balcony on the east elevation at that barn door, which is the elevation that faces the street. Staff didn't support the Juliet balcony at that time, but in reading the minutes, we did say that if it were on the other side, that we would potentially be okay with it. Again, it's kind of, I don't necessarily think that a row of 3 doors and, a balcony this long is the right answer for this kind of diminutive accessory structure, but it is technically on the rear elevation. It wouldn't be seen from the street. So this is certainly an elevation where there's more room for change. I don't know, it doesn't really look entirely appropriate to me to put the windows on the first story the way that they're showing them beneath the vents. I almost think it would be more appropriate just to remove the vents and bump the window up so that they're kind of taking the place of the vents, if that makes sense. So I think that was going through all of my notes to you all. There were a couple of things that we don't have as far as items for review, which are the roofing and window and door specifications I asked for. And these are all things that I just let the applicant know about a day or so ago. So understandably does not have these today, and they're all items that would be typical of conditions on an approval anyway. So like the skylight specification. So those are all my notes. So happy to answer questions if the commission has any.
Alex, I do. Mindful of recent conversations about similar projects in the same district, what is the view about what appears to be doors on the second story? Is this considered our 1.5 story situation like other projects we have seen, or is this specifically considered a 2-story and we're okay with these clearly doors on the second and making it look like a second story?
That's an interesting question. I hadn't considered that, because usually when we're talking about that issue, we're talking about new construction and not historic buildings. So, I think that in the other cases that we've talked about is does the door or do the doors make the building appear as 2 stories versus 1? And I think that this is, I don't know, I don't think we've crossed that bridge for an existing accessory structure, at least not in my experience with the commission. Do you have thoughts on it?
No, because obviously I raised the point specifically of setting precedent, and if we deny one but allow this one, or vice versa, it just seems like we're sending mixed signals. I understand the difference between new construction and old construction, but the point is trying to make it look like the rest of the district, especially with new construction. So if we start allowing new modifications to old buildings, how is that any different than new construction being made to look like what we've allowed to happen to an old structure?
Sure. I think that's a good point and worthy of further discussion by the group.
Alex, this accessory structure is original to the property?
It is.
And those upstairs openings are operable now? Is it like do we have photographs of it?
Yeah, let me pull up.
Or is it like some kind of a panel door?
Yeah, it's more of like just a panel door. Let me pull up the photos.
Oh yeah, I can see from the photographs. I did not scroll far enough.
Alex, that extended, I'm sorry, were we all talking?
No.
Okay.
I was just trying to pull up photo.
That extended shed roof on the south elevation that's not there, was that original?
So interesting that you asked that. There was some debate about that, questioning of that in the hearing from 2018. At the time, there was, obviously some commissioners questioning that, and there was also some feedback from the contractors that they do a lot of work on historic buildings, and so they were saying they thought it appeared that it had been tacked on, and it's been too long ago for me to recall why we didn't pull up the Sanborn map, but I did pull it up and it was original to the building, but unfortunately they got the approval to take it off. So I believe.
So generally when you're doing work on this, it's to bring it back to original? It should come back?
We can't require them to.
Okay.
We can't require them to unless they did it without a CA. And I can't say whether that it didn't go and like get under in the structural part of the building. So I can't, as far as maybe what it looked like originally, I couldn't say, but you can see on the Sanborn where there was, something that extended from that side.
Commissioners, are there other questions for Alex? Okay, we will turn the floor over to the applicant to provide any additional information that you'd like us to have and consider, and then an opportunity for us to ask any additional questions. I think we're looking for Mark.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for taking the time to review this request. I think I've given most of the information. Our goal is to make this building match the main building, which, as Alex said, we've done, I think, a good job at bringing into the community, and we did just win a Griffin Award for preservation. I just would like to say that. So that's our goal on this, and to make it usable for us in that balance, and that includes hopefully making a garage door that is functional for our usage, and going forward from there. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Can I say one thing about the windows on the side under the vents? The
Have you been sworn in, Jennifer?
Oh, yes. Oh, no, I guess I wasn't. Sorry.
Okay.
That's okay. I ran the computer upstairs because he was in another meeting.
What did you want to say?
Jennifer, we can do that for you really quickly to swear you in.
We just need to swear her in really quick. It's fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Raise your right hand and I'll ask for you to affirm as soon as I read the oath.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you?
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just wanted to make the comment about the windows under the vents. The idea of keeping the vents is, this is a carriage house, and that's the original carriage door, and that's the original horse door. And the vents that you see here, those were the horse vents, and we actually thought it was a nice touch to keep them because that was original. It's very dark over there, and we were trying to figure out ways we can get more light into the structure. The doors at the top are the hay doors, so they're very small and not, they don't let in a lot of light. And then where they are positioned, as far as making it a living space, is we're just trying to bring light in any way we can.
Commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll take a quick second and open the floor for public comment, if there is any.
We do not have any callers in the queue.
Okay, I will close the floor for public comment. Commissioners, further discussion?
I think it's kind of incredible that this is just the description that was just given, that this was for horses on the left and carriage on the right and hay above. I don't know, I can't think of a similar garage ADU like that. It's pretty, I have a hard time changing that original, and I'm sad about the loss of the shed, but that and how it relates to the building is the main house. And in following the guidelines about retaining the historic structures as they are, and on mine it's retaining architectural features that are character defining of carriage houses. That's a carriage, well, obviously. And I think items 2 and 5 kind of really align with this, retaining a lot of the original material.
I do have a concern with changing the fenestration as far as the garage door goes. Because if we're being in keeping with the historical purpose of the building, being a carriage house, you wouldn't have seen a door that was, much wider than probably what was approved in their previous application. So that would be my concern. And then I also share Alex's concern for the wrapping window on the dormer. I think the dormer with a window would be appropriate, but I'd prefer to keep it with the same fenestration showed on the other side.
Emily, I tend to agree with you on that particular note. I'm not as concerned about adding the dormer itself on that side. I think now that the sort of shed portion of the roof on the front is gone, there's a much stronger symmetry in the roof line that sort of feels like it wants to have a dormer there. But certainly for me, the window treatment in that new dormer is far too contemporary for this. I also tend to think that making the carriage doors that much, basically double the width of what they are now, is also a little problematic for me. In general, I don't have concerns really about the other windows. I sort of, with the exception of the hayloft door that wants to have the Juliet balcony, I don't think I mind a Juliet balcony, but I think I would prefer it be the original opening size.
You mean the same width as the original opening?
Yeah, I think that the widening it to 3 doors there feels like we're losing the integrity of really the uniqueness of this carriage house in the first place, that does have the sort of hayloft feature and the horse vents and all of that. I think we're moving pretty far away from that by getting rid of that up there, to the extent that we would have, basically 3 doors up there.
I second Emily's thoughts about the 3 doors with the Juliet porch. I feel like I would be more. I feel like the Juliet balcony would be a lot more like make more sense with keeping the hay door as it is. Just because I definitely think that's crucial to the integrity of like the carriage house.
Point of clarification for Chair Kite and Mercedes. Are you suggesting that would be an actual door? Because again, that is part of the discussion we've had before, where if it's a door on the second story, then it's a 2-story building versus if it's just a functioning window up on the second level, even though in this case, there's no stairway up to it.
For me, I think I would prefer to keep the hay window that it kind of is right now, and not having it be a door, because I definitely see what you're saying about adding a door onto the second story or making it kind of a second story.
I think for me, it's a little bit of semantics around door or window. It's hard to tell from the photographs and the drawings if the sill of that window is at the floor level. It's sort of functioning like a door in the way that it swings open as a hayloft door for me. So for me, I think about the opening size and the integrity of the existing proportion of that and the placement of that. I think on the rear elevation, I don't really object to a Juliet balcony at that location. And whether or not it's a door, I think this, in contrast, James, to the most recent conversation we've had around second story doors on accessory units, this really already had it from the beginning. And I think the proportion of this structure, it has a very different proportion for me than the other one in terms of it really reading more as a loft kind of a situation, because it's not really a full height proportion to a door, and the sort of clipped gable at the end makes it feel to me far better in proportion for it not being, and certainly you don't come into the unit from the second floor and the exterior the way that the other one that we looked at does.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that.
I would also like to add in the concept of reversibility with retaining openings at the size that they are to the extent possible. I mean, changing, putting glazing in so that it is, or some kind of, glass in that opening where the haylofts are to let light in makes a lot of sense. But completely changing that means that you've lost that fabric.
Right. So if somewhere down the road someone wanted to take the glass out and turn it back into sort of a swinging door as it was originally, it would be far easier to do. I appreciate that comment, Gail.
Alex, was there a Richard Sharp Smith drawing for this too? Or was it just the main house? Oh, I'm assuming Richard Sharp Smith. But
No, it's William H. Lord.
Okay.
I don't think we had the plans for, I've got the file pulled up. Let me see if I can unearth the original drawings. I don't recall that, but my memory is not what it was before COVID. So if you guys want to keep talking, I'll sift through. This file's got a lot of documents in it, so I'll sift through to see what we've got. Oh, wait. Here they are. But we just have the main house.
y'all did a wonderful job with the house. It looks wonderful.
Thank you.
I thought it was going to be done.
My wife needs to leave, so she says goodbye and thank you. So I'll be here.
Commissioners, other comments? We haven't really talked about the gate.
Yeah, not to, I guess, dogpile on it, but I think I share the same concerns with the widening of that that garage door, and also that I like Gail's idea about the that hay door as well. I think I would prefer those vents to stay as they are versus adding windows underneath or replacing the vents with windows. From what I can tell, it seems like that first floor area is just meant for maybe garage/storage. So I think if it was a living space, I maybe could see the need for, to have more natural light in there. So correct me if I'm wrong about that, but so I think those original vents are a really neat feature that you just don't see very often. So I do agree that they should stay.
Yeah, I concur that. But on that item 2 on carriage houses, to follow the standards that defining elements of carriage houses, which is pretty much every part of this existing structure, from the hay door, which could be swung open as a shutter with a glass door inside. But the fact that it's there from the street, if you click back a couple, Alex, it looks, because it's over the crest of the hill, it's a secondary structure that's not screaming for attention, and because it's where the and that's what from the, I think there's another one of them more streetish, but that's what I like about the solid door up there, and that people can read it. It's so unique that this has survived. I'd like to follow the standards on trying to retain as much of it as we can.
You know what? To build onto retaining the original fabric to the greatest extent possible, idea that new dormer, as I think Chair Kite had mentioned earlier, wasn't disagreeable, and it seemed to balance out the structure, and it's got those kind of interesting wraparound windows, which, as a new element added in a way that balances with the existing elements, I just want to throw out there. I think that actually kind of makes sense from my point of view.
Gail, you're saying that you would be comfortable leaving the new dormer as designed.
Yes, although, with the caveat that there may be things that I'm not thinking of it, but if the intent is to bring in the maximum light as possible with this design, I think having maximum light in that new addition part is less harmful to the structure than changing out original opening dimensions.
I will just add to that note that I did reference the standards for windows and doors for this particular application. I get what Commissioner Lazaris is saying to some degree, but I do feel like it looks very contemporary and isn't really consistent with the rest of the fenestration. B, it will be to some degree visible because it's on the, like this, at least the side of it is facing the street elevation, or the street in front of the house.
And it would be easy enough to match it with the existing.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know. There's just something about it that just reads so like it just doesn't seem to fit with the, I'm sorry if I'm like looking over here while we're I'm supposed to be looking at you all. I'm looking at my other monitor scrolling through all of these documents. So don't think I'm, off my own world over here. But of course, when I get to the page where the window and door guidelines are and it says can't preview file, and it's that very page. But essentially it's like with any structure, where if you're replacing a window or a door, creating a new opening, on a historic structure, then we look to the new units to be, you know, consistent with the other, you know, window or door styles on the building.
That's kind of a bummer because, Gail, I was kind of getting behind your your idea there for a minute.
You don't have to agree with me. I mean, I'm just, you know, your support here. It's up to the commission, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just says adding or changing original window and door openings shall not be permitted on the primary facade. If additional windows or door openings are desired, they should be installed on a rear or non-character defining facade of the building. Design such units to be compatible with the overall design of the building. So if you feel like they're compatible with the building, then that's, you know, where you land.
To that point, Alex, can you clarify, is the new garage door openings they're proposing, are those visible to the street of the public, or are those visible only to the backyard in essence?
Well, you're kind of, when you're looking, this is the side that faces the street. So if you're, let's see, let me sift through the photos here. So you can see here, where you're looking at the side of it, this is the end of the driveway. But we still would, even though this front faces the side, we still would consider that a character defining facade because it's got the main entryway on it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think really in the verbiage of that guideline, like the words character defining is, I think, a really important thing to pay attention to, because since this structure seems to have pretty much character defining elements on all sides, it puts us in a trickier spot. And I do not feel that, you know, that wrapping dormer window would be consistent to the overall structure. So I would have to agree with you, Alex, on that one. But like I don't have any problem with adding the second dormer or having windows on it. I would just prefer to have, I think it would be more appropriate to have the windows reflect the same quality as the windows on the home.
Chair Kite or an architect, is the purpose of that dormer to point to the main house for a relationship? And is that why it wasn't there? What is the, I like that relationship of it pointing to the main house and not to the neighbor's house, even though I know it's just a stairwell light, a light tower for, I assume. So architecturally speaking, do you point a dormer historically at a neighbor's house?
Oh, that's a good question, Will. And I don't know if I have a really good answer for that. I think in the original elevations, we certainly debated a lot, and I remember debating a lot around this sort of added shed piece over here. There's an imbalance that created, which was really kind of neat when you look at the existing elevations, that sort of created an asymmetry around the house, because that shed sort of came off on one side. It was the same side as the dormer. Certainly, if I were going to design this and only going to put one dormer, that's the side I would have put it on. A lot of it's economy, right? If this was just a utilitarian structure, you know, there's certainly value and savings in not having dormers everywhere. You know, I think for me, I'm torn a little bit. I understand the guidelines, and certainly it's an easy, safe decision to make another dormer that has windows that are compatible with the rest of the structure and the existing dormer. And part of me wants to really contrast that intentionally in an effort to further reinforce the integrity of what's there that's existing, because it does read so very differently, and it's so very clear that it wasn't there to start with. It also feels in some way removable. Gail, to your earlier point about sort of returning something to its original state, I think for me, there's something about that one being a real contrast, especially if we're looking for this to retain the integrity of the other openings around the structure because of the uniqueness of those openings, right? The proportion of the hayloft window and the horse vents and I think part of me really wishes we could completely contrast that new dormer to help it sort of maintain its original integrity in some ways, because we're not trying to pretend it was there before.
Well, and that kind of brings to the question of, is that new dormer an addition? If it's an addition, then yeah, does that, does making the windows look different in that dormer make it more discernible as a compatible addition?
Yeah, it feels like a similar gesture where we're pulling additions away from corners, right? We're clearly defining that print of an addition differently. We're adding decks to the back of structures, and we're pulling those things away from the corners of existing footprints of houses. There may be no path in the guidelines for us to get to that place that I want to get to. Alex is smiling because she's like, yeah, I just don't think we're going to get there. But
I just was going to add that, a lot of people reference the Secretary of the Interior standard related to differentiation. But the Montford standards are infinitely more specific in their requirement that everything be more matchy when it comes to, modifications to historic buildings. And additions are kind of are one thing in my mind where you are kind of like trying to make clear that this was not a historic feature. But to me, a dormer is not, it doesn't fall into the same category as an addition. I get what you're saying. I totally do. And I'm, it's, again, this is your decision to make. So
I feel like there would be a lot more leeway to take that course if there wasn't such specific guidelines locally.
Yep.
And furthermore, it is an easy thing to do to match a new dormer to the other single dormer that is there. I mean, it lends itself easily to do a matchy with it, to use a technical term.
Also, the historic point of dormers is to add light into a structure. And I agree with, I think having it glazed on the front but not the sides, I feel better about that. I also think the vents, I like keeping it as original as possible. And I just want to understand, as far as the hay door, are you suggesting that they put a Juliet balcony outside that, or not any balcony anymore?
I mean, I think if we are trying to maintain some level of consistency with the approval from an earlier application, which this was certainly part of, the guidance of that commission at the time was that on a different elevation than the one they were proposing originally would be what the commission would feel better about it, I think. Okay. And for me, on a rear elevation, which would be opposite of the elevation I think that's in the photograph, if it were the original opening proportion with some kind of glazing, whether it's, presumably it would be operable if there was a Juliet balcony, I think I would probably be comfortable with that myself. I'm not particularly comfortable with it with the triple opening. The scale of that I think is too much, and I feel pretty strongly about the integrity of these existing proportions and openings that are in place in the structure so already.
I agree.
I third that.
And I feel like the roof is in the standards for remaining the way it is if it's to retain such as roof form. And that's changing the roof form from a T to a X. And it can be seen from the street. It does sort of change the all I can see that I would is maybe a balcony on the back, but I like the structure. I think the standards speak to retaining a building like this as close to original as we can, in a lot of forms. And I think there's a lot to work with this building, and it's a wonderful building and a wonderful house, and I love what the people have been doing with what y'all have been doing with the house.
Well, if I can just say, I'm curious, the hay doors aren't big enough to walk through as a door. I can't remember what the actual dimensions are. But on the primary house, we were allowed to put in French doors on that same elevation that points that same direction. Is that something that would be amenable to the commission, or no?
You mean just taller?
Well, it's on the Juliet balcony, instead of having 3 doors, would a French door be okay? Because that seemed to be acceptable on the main structure on that same view.
And it was replacing, remind me, Mark, it was replacing what on the main house?
Oh, I can't even remember right
It was. I'm sorry. I'm chiming in. This is Jennifer driving to swimming. It replaced a window and a door. We put in 2 French doors off of the back, and one of them was to replace a smallish window about chest height, and then the other was a single back door. And so we have 2 sets of French doors on the veranda that faces Tacoma, and now we have 2 sets of French doors in the back of the house, which is the same elevation. I can't remember. I think it's west, and I can't see anything right now, so I'm just going from memory. So we have, if you were standing at our neighbors behind us, looking at our house, you would see 2 sets of French doors in the back, which would be the same elevation as the carriage house. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I think that the biggest difference between those 2 scenarios, replacing the door and window on the home with replacing this, hay door, is the extremely, specific historic purpose of this opening. So I would still think that the best option would be to retain the dimensions of the current opening, and just putting a glazed window unit there to get the light that you need.
Mark, where's the floor up there in that second level in relation to the bottom of that hay opening?
I'm guessing it's 2 feet below that.
The floor is, so there's a little bit of a step there.
Yeah.
We certainly have, there's precedent, all over the place where we've taken a window opening and turned it into a door, right? Where we basically make that same width opening, usually obviously not on a front elevation. I don't think we've ever done that. The guidelines are pretty clear on that, but on rear elevations and other things, I think in this particular case, could it be a single door that's the same width that does go to the floor that would allow you to open onto sort of a Juliet balcony of the same width? I think there's certainly plenty of precedent where we've considered that as a commission on rear elevations that, so I don't know how the rest of the commission feels about that.
I think I would agree with Chair Kite that there have been many many modifications made to rear elevations, and I understand the concerns about these elements on the rear, but I still think they should have some leeway for modifications. I mean, I think if the very least, if they kept the barn door on the east elevation, the one that faces the street, perhaps that would suffice, and then just, you know, changing the opening on this side to allow for a door the same width. Although I will say that the commission, not that this necessarily dictates how you all decide today, but the commission did approve for the door on this side to be replaced with a window back in 2018.
I just realized that until you changed the slide, I was thinking that the triple door was facing the street.
Oh, nope, that is facing away from the street.
Previous statement.
Sorry, and you know, I will say though, like I just want to point out, just so that you all know this, it doesn't happen that often, but every once in a while, you know, the commission will approve something that may not have had, you know, everyone necessarily on board, or, you know, there may have been some differing opinions, that then when the CA expired and the person came back to the commission for their new approval, the commission didn't approve it again, you know, because it's comprised of different members and who have different interpretations of the standards. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't, you know, I do think that the barn door is a unique feature, or unique features.
Are the skylights fine, guideline wise? I'm looking for that section and I'm having problems finding it.
Yeah, we generally allow skylights where they're not like on a street facing portion of the roof.
I would be fine with the 4 skylights returning and losing the north facing dormer, if to help with light coming into that room, and leaving the barn door on the east elevation, skylighting the north elevation as shown before, keeping the same on the south elevation, keeping the existing carriage house and horse door, and on the west elevation, vents and the ability for a balcony and door that's concealed. Because if anybody was wondering, but that's sort of where I'm standing on it, just because of the standards being pretty specific about character defining elements. Mr. Keys, there's a lot of character when you read that, when you see that door, you kind of assume that it is for when you're told that it's for hay, it makes sense. And then the smaller door and that for the carriage and the.
Well, I'm actually not convinced that smaller door is for a horse, because a horse can't fit through there standing up. And if you look on the inside, and I didn't provide pictures of that, there's 2 old headers in there. One, if you're looking at this elevation from the front to the right, there's another old header there that existed. So I'm not really sure what the original part was.
Mm-hmm.
You can also see on the, what would be the carriage door, there's also some other old work done. I mean, I think the house was built in 1907. I don't know if the carriage house was built at the same time or later. If you look at the pictures, there's so many variables of material being used. There's brick, there's concrete, there's pebble dash, there's everything's gone on inside. So, you know, what was truly original and then modified later it is difficult to say.
But going from what we can see here, what we have now, this has been here for a while, and there is sort of a precedent for 1930s becoming the historic norm for a building. Is that correct, Chair Kite? An early modification.
Ask me that again.
Something about an early modification kind of becomes the standard for the building.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say without the documentation. Certainly, we have to rely on what we can see, which we don't have any modern documentation of any change to this. I don't think in terms of previous CAs and other things, and so we would presume that anything that happened to this would predate any of that, which would make it historic. To clarify, Will, a couple of questions on your kind of walkthrough of every elevation. On the east elevation, are you comfortable with window in place of that barn door in an existing opening, or you'd prefer it be the barn door that's there? You're muted.
I said some really good stuff. There was a barn door because it's visible from the street and is character defining for a horse and buggy carriage house. I'm sorry if I misspoke on that. And then the Juliet balcony and gate and door for the west.
And on the south elevation, you're proposing that those existing openings remain as is, or some size variation, maybe not quite as extreme as the proposed doubling of that carriage door width?
There's not a height addition to this request. It's just the width.
I can't quite tell.
Alex?
Previously, it was just the width. It looks like it's just the width here too, Mark. Is that correct? You're muted.
Thank you, technology.
Contagious.
Yeah, you figure after a year I get used to that by now.
Yeah.
I think it's a little higher. I think currently we have 9 feet of height. I think I'm asking for 10, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
And if that overhang door wasn't approved, would you consider the? It doesn't matter.
It was approved. Sorry, Commissioner Hornaday. I went back and looked at the CA.
Currently, for the south elevation door.
The removal. Oh, sorry. No, I thought you meant the overhang that was there previously.
I mean the eyebrow. Yeah, just a little one. Okay, that's it.
I guess I could do a similar walk around, Will, that you did in terms of where I think I fall on things. I think on the east elevation, I would be comfortable glazing the barn door opening, the hayloft opening with glass, but keeping the same proportion. I think on the south elevation with the carriage door, I'm comfortable with it getting bigger enough to accommodate a car. I think I think that when you start to add that sort of third panel that's drawn in the new proposed elevation, rather than the just sort of double kind of X'd pattern doors, it starts to lose its consistency with the existing. But I can appreciate the need for an opening there that's big enough to be useful in a modern era where we have cars. I think same for, I don't have a real objection to the man door opening on the left side of that elevation really either. Moving around to the rear elevation, I'm comfortable with a balcony there and a full door sized opening that matches the width of the existing hay door. And I guess I'm okay with the dormer on the other side. I think that there's certainly it can become a sort of congruous piece of the architecture of that opening. And as much as I would love to sort of see it stand out, I can get on board with the matchy-matchy approach to the dormer windows there that's more in keeping with the guidelines of the historic district.
Can I go back to the south elevation and just ask? So, previously staff wasn't recommending approval of that modification at all. And somehow, and through the discussion, it was, determined by some members of the commission that widening it just slightly was okay in their minds. I think where staff is coming from is just looking at the guideline for window and doors on page 85, on number 6, where it says adding or changing original window and door opening shall not be permitted on the primary facade. And so I guess I'm just asking what you all would consider to be the primary facade. Do you think is it the one that faces the street? To me, this one definitely did appear as the primary facade previously, before the roof structure went away. I think just because it's got the carriage door, and just appears that way to me, but kind of has two, if you will, because that one clearly was like a main entry to the structure, and then the side faces the street. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there, and just for the group as far as modifying that carriage house door opening, and just being thoughtful about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a hard time. There's a lot of things I would do differently that don't are not congruous with the guidelines. I mean, I have a hard time leaving it as is if it's not of any use at all. Like, that's a hardship. That's a hard thing for me to swallow. I think it obviously there's a bigger, there's precedent at play in terms of what we are asked to consider in the future. I think it certainly, I think there's a case to be made that it's the primary facade. I also think it doesn't face the street, and it's, open to some extent to interpretation. And it's hard to, all of the facades have character defining features on them, I think, too, which makes it even more difficult. But for me, it's, and I'm not sure where my pragmatist approach to is coming from, where I just want to buck all the guidelines all the time. But, I think it's, what's the width of the existing opening right now? I'm scrolling through my
I think it's
drawing.
the existing opening, I think, is 8 feet wide by 9 feet tall, which is not functional for the modern world in which we live in.
Yeah, you can't put 8 feet wide's not wide enough for a car. It's tall. The 9 feet is tall enough for a car.
Not my big van that I just bought.
Well,
I think my neighbor would rather see a nice carriage house or carriage garage
than your van.
than a big ugly van. I'm just saying.
I don't know where that comes in.
I think I think modern garage doors are 7 feet, maybe they're 8 feet. I think 16 feet feels too wide. The third panel, that sort of existing configuration of the door that's there with the X's, certainly adding a third panel, it's clear that's wider than it was before.
So is there because we still haven't talked about the fence yet. So is there consensus about like what you all are thinking for the accessory structure? Are you okay with the previous approval of the opening, the carriage door opening being 10 feet wide? Or are you okay with something that's more than that, but less than 16 feet? And I guess I just want to try to kind of get consensus from you all so we can talk about the other parts of the application a little bit too.
I think that the best way to proceed would be like, I feel like we need to consider
today's modern use and like making it a usable structure for the owners. Like I think it needs to have a garage door that's big enough for a car, which I mean standard tends to be 9 feet wide by 8 feet tall. And I think also considering that this is facing the house and not facing the street, it makes me a little bit, you know, a little bit easier to make that change in the opening size. So that's my 2 cents on that.
If I can comment for a second, the original drawings of the carport were not wide, and I think we had asked for that to be 14 feet wide, which is
The same as walnut.
the same as
The
I
black
guess
walnut.
the black walnut,
Yeah,
I
we
believe.
measured it off of the black walnut.
So I mean, and if that gives you a size of, oh yes, we changed something that was historically there to accommodate modern living. Well, actually, it wasn't there when I bought it, but it was there 110 years ago. So just to say, there has been some precedent in changing those sizes.
You're talking about the covered carport that you've added back to the main house.
Yeah, as in the original drawings, I don't think it was originally that wide.
Yeah.
In the drawings, and the commission, or we proposed it being wider and at 14 feet.
Yeah, I can remember that conversation from the original application. I mean, I do think we need to continue. Obviously, we've got other parts of this application to continue, but I want the commission to make sure we're giving the applicant enough clarity around where we stand collectively with regards to the modifications here, because it does sound like most of us are recommending some changes to what's proposed, which would require that the applicant either request a continuance at some point or make those modifications in alignment with what we're suggesting and amend their application today. So we do, I think, want to make sure we're clear with the applicant about what exactly it is that we're all, in alignment with. So if there's strong objection to things that any of us that have said anything about, I think we should be.
I'm in a little bit of disagreement that that's not a primary facade of this structure, because as you drive by and follow your eye along the house, it leads to this long before you're at the driveway. And so you see the doors, the garage doors, and the barn door section, which I still think should remain as their original covered in wood. So I see this as changing, as Alex was saying on that number 6 of adding or changing original, or as originals we know of, window and door openings shouldn't be on the primary facade. And it's also the character defining facade of the building for sure. I would, and adding the eyebrow over the little shed roof over the door entrance. I think we're getting farther away from what we know is probably more original, that original shed thing that could get cheated to do the same thing. I'd feel better about that than if there's a need to keep water out.
So are you
I would
saying
just say that there wasn't a covering over, like that the roof that was there didn't extend all the way to the end of that, to over that little pedestrian door.
Right. The original one is shown right on the slide you're showing now.
Yeah, the one on the left.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't realize I had that slide up.
we do.
so I guess
I'm sorry. Is it helpful if we put the roof I don't really understand
The overhang,
the
because
over.
we were always under the impression that it was not original. We did not learn until after they took it down that it was original.
I'm not sure it was original, but
Would that be helpful if we put it back?
Here, so you can see this little building on the far left is that accessory structure. So you can see, usually when they do a little dotted line, that's a porch or some kind of open covered, part of the structure. So it looks to be roughly in the same place. I can't say why we didn't pull this up during the review last time. But I just pulled it up in the last day while I was working on my review. So.
And just for reference, you cannot see the the first story of the carriage house from the street.
Yeah, the two doors, the big door and the smaller door, I just pulled in, and you cannot see it at all, especially now. You can only see the upstairs door and the two windows.
Because it looks like as you're driving up Pearson, the main house would be in the way in terms of obstructing your view.
Right. And the carriage house sits maybe 10 feet kind of down the back of the driveway.
So I guess a question to ask now would be, does the applicant feel like we've given enough feedback to where they would amend the current design and come back, or
I've heard a lot of opinions. I'm not sure I know what the commission is asking for. But I am willing to amend it.
Yeah.
If I hear some of those things, yes, I'm definitely willing to amend it. But there's been a lot of, I like the dormer, I don't like the dormer, I like the door. I would like, as I said before, I would love to bring that to a state where I can use it, and to a state where it matches the rest of the house and adds to the historic nature of the community. I would like to go forward with that as long as I can use it. If I can get some guidance from you guys, if the garage door I'm proposing, if there's a different, a design that, we need different panels, or if we need 2 panels, if I can somehow make it look like that third panel disappears into, I don't know if I can do that with the pebble dash. The same color. I mean, if there's guidelines like that, I'm willing to work with it. As I said, I'm just trying to make it functional for us and our family in the world that we live in. So I don't know if that answers your question.
And I don't know if the commission's gonna reach a full consensus with regards to some of the nuances of some of the pieces on the building. I think what's generally true is that the commission loves the story of this carriage house and loves the integrity of it in the way that it is on the site now. I think there's general willingness to consider the rear elevation where the Juliet balcony is proposed as an opportunity to make more modifications to existing openings than are being than the commission's considering on the rest of the house. I think I've heard some folks in favor of or willing to entertain the additional dormer. I don't think that's consistent with everybody on the commission. And that the place of most integrity is around the size of the carriage house, the carriage door, and the street facing elevation, with regards to those being as intact as possible and how they are now. I think that some modifications to the carriage house door is appropriate to accommodate its usefulness as to park cars in. I think it's too big the way it's proposed, and I think a proportion that keeps us at a sort of a 2-panel configuration the way that it is now will help it read more congruous with what's there currently. Commissioners, you can flag anything I've said as no, that was a deal breaker, but I'm trying to do my best to summarize, I think, what I've heard from other folks say here. I think there's some openness to skylights in lieu of more radical changes. I think there's some mixed opinions about whether the barn doors should stay barn doors or could be glazed instead on the street facing elevation. Commissioners, how did I do in terms of collecting everyone's
Chair Kite,
I think
that
pretty
you
well.
did a fine job of summarizing everything, and I would absolutely agree with what you were saying if you put that out in writing now.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
On the subject of the glazing or not glazing those little hay doors, I think probably from what I've heard, the most important thing is maintaining the dimensionality of those current openings. But whether you glaze it or not, I think most of us would be okay with changing it to glazing.
I mean, and it could always be restored.
Right.
And I would say, I think one thing that's really important for you guys to state is, like I was saying before, the last application, there was concern about widening the carriage doors. And so for whatever reason, they landed on 10 feet as being an okay number as far as fitting a car in there. So it might be good if you guys can give them a specific, dimension that you're okay with. If you think that it's somewhere between 10 and 14 feet, I think it would be helpful for them to know that, because I don't think that's really that hard for us to discern, right? Because if we're looking at, this is what the 10-foot door that was allowed before. It's not that different in terms of like when you're looking at the structure. So are you all good with 10 feet, or are you good with 12 feet, or what do you
I would
have?
support a 9 to 10 foot because that is the standard garage door width, and it is more in proportion with what is existing.
I agree.
My suggestion too, and it looks like from this elevation that's on the screen that they would be making the door wider towards the right corner of the house, right? The existing door is a little bit more towards the center, so my presumption would be that they're getting wider towards the outside corner.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't look like it was. I don't know. I don't think that was the intent, was to not like entirely move the door opening over. So, so I think widening it would be, better than moving it over.
Yeah.
And obviously you guys have already built your kind of driveway here. So
yeah. I mean, I think I'm comfortable if it widens from both sides, or if it widened to one side. I think, you've got your driveway sort of already there. I don't know that matters that much to me, but I think 10 feet's a reasonable.
Does that negate the ability to, if somebody later on after the Keiths wanted to put that shed roof back on that was on the Sanborn map, because it looks like the support structures are to the trim, and they would. You see what I'm saying, Chair Kite?
Are you talking about the whatever those boxes are that are on either side? Was that to support the roof?
yeah, where you can see where the shingles are hanging down over.
Go down at the edge of the.
Oh, I see. Those were horizontal.
The sawed. No, go back to the one you were, Alex. The sawed off support coming out of the pebble dash.
Mm-hmm.
So if you widen the door, then that it would have to just wide to the east, not because that's not centered anymore. The center support.
Yeah.
I don't want to do something to negate or to make it harder for the net. If there is somebody who wants to restore it back to its original, I would hate to create a hardship for that.
Hey, Alex, do you happen to have a picture of the way it looked when we bought it during our original application? The original
Yes.
one? Oh, there we go.
I was just trying to find them.
Look at the ivy.
Looks pretty, doesn't it? Looks gorgeous.
It was falling down. It was rotten, and it was very flimsy. You could push over the sides.
Yeah, I remember because your contractor came and showed us all sorts of pictures of the condition of that, I think. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a couple of steps from falling down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing except the concrete floor. Yeah, and you can kind of see in the bottom, that's pretty much the view from the road in the bottom left.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, because you can't see the door.
So your thought on the primary facade of the house is this side, not the where the garage doors are?
I mean, I think that's the most visible side from the street is the one in that lower left picture.
So that's okay, the primary facade. So we've established that. I think.
We're getting there. We're never going to eat dinner.
Well, we've got 3 or 4 more things after this. Our dinner's going to be
Can I run around the proposed facades for real quick and just take some notes? And is that appropriate? Or just ask questions and say, yeah, like this is where we want to go? Is that appropriate, or is that, I don't know where my where my rights
like 3
are.
houses after us.
Yeah, I know. You guys have a lot.
I think we want to be helpful for y'all. The goal of this process is for you to get the feedback that you need to provide a direction that's clear and a path forward. So however you'd like to do that.
If we're looking at this picture here, the door to the left, we're agreeable to make into a human-sized door instead of a small horse door?
A tiny horse.
A tiny horse?
I think so. I see a lot of head shaking in the positive direction.
Okay.
Man door. We get a man door.
The larger garage door to fit a car, is the concern the size or the way it looks?
In terms of how, I think both of those things.
Both of those things?
Yeah, I think that the 10-foot number width feels comfortable to most of the commission. I see some head shaking in affirmative.
Going to 14 to match the carport does not, would that be acceptable?
If we did 2 panels instead of 3 to where it was still symmetrical, would that be helpful?
I think it's still going to be too wide at 14 feet. I mean,
12 feet. How about 12?
12.
The reason I ask is because when you pull into our driveway, it's not just flat, it's kind of flat, and then you have to turn in. So it feels like if it's too narrow, I mean, I understand all this, but if it's too narrow, it's going to be it's just going to be really difficult to pull in there if it's not a little wider than 10, which is why we wanted to make it wider.
And I think on some level, seeing it drawn is probably going to be the most helpful thing for the commission, because it's a proportional thing, and understanding how those panels are going to look at that new size, I think may be more helpful than us honing in on an exact number without seeing it.
Understood.
That's
Okay.
fair.
No, that's
I
good.
think the other important thing to remember is to minimize changing the size of openings to the maximum extent possible. That's what the guidelines, are really clear on, not, keeping original opening sizes. So there's some elasticity, but that's the resistance.
Okay. Understood. Want to flip the next elevation?
Can I ask real
Oh.
quick while we're on that side? are you interested in seeing what it would look like with the roof again? Or how do we feel about the little roof? Did you get that impression?
Did you
for the rain?
Did you really mean that you wanted to park a van in there? I'm not sure it would fit under that roof. It's pretty low.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Forget the
I
roof.
think she's talking about the door. Are you talking about the entrance door?
No, I am also curious about the entrance door, if that is.
I think that changes the face of the building pretty substantially to add that on top of it, especially when you had something, when there was something original that kind of did the same thing. I'd hate to go to an option C.
I'll see if I can find. Rob has that book with all his architectural drawings. His other houses. Okay, that's fair. And you were gonna.
I was gonna say, do you want to flip around to the next facade?
Sure.
The east elevation. Okay, so we're saying keep the openings the same, which I think this one is, right?
Yeah.
I think we said this is going to be the primary facade.
Yeah, this is the primary facade, and I think this is as we glaze over the window.
I'm not set on that yet, but
you're not set on making it a window.
Correct.
Right.
On the carriage house door, I think it's character defining of the building and visible from the primary facade. And it go through the guidelines on the carriage houses and retaining architectural features that are character defining, and I think especially on the primary facade.
So we would need to remake the rotten door. Is that, and then
That's what you're asking?
I'm saying that's what the guidelines say for Montfort. The Montfort standards say to retain all architectural features that are character-defining elements, and this is a carriage house, and that's where I struggle with
remake it a glass.
changing. It can go back, I guess, but if you're trying to not trying to, but when you're retaining the roof line and the I can see it either way. I know
We make it.
I think the intention here is from the standards is to leave that especially on the street facing side, but I may be alone on that. But I've talked too long.
Is there a world where there's a compromise where I'm not an architect, so whatever the cross hatching is, the things that divide the panes look like the barn door as you see in the existing elevation, but it's glazed? So it looks like the glass interpretation of the existing barn door or hay door.
I don't know if that would help with the historic district. I don't think there's a historic pattern that like that.
I don't think there's a window style that would work to make that make sense. I mean, I totally understand where Commissioner Hornaday is coming from, because the very first guideline is retain and preserve original windows and doors that contribute to the overall character. And so I totally understand that. I also, on the flip side, understand where the commission was coming from when they approved it to be a window last time. It was the same reason, that it could be restored to a door at some point in time, and that the window opening or the door opening itself was being preserved. So that probably doesn't help this conversation, because I know we're trying to land on one side of the fence or the other.
Right. And I guess maybe the best we can do on this is to say that no one is going to object to it staying the way that it is. And there's some mixed opinion about whether it should be a window. And that may be, that may be one of those things where we're not all going to agree when it comes time to vote. Certainly no one's going to vote in objection to it being exactly how it is right now. I think that's certainly the safest thing to say, that everyone would be extremely comfortable with it being the way it is right now. But that there is there's been certainly plenty of discussion of folks in agreement that it could be a window. in place of the wood door that's there right now, with probably some, retain the door on site or some kind of a stipulation like that could allow it to be returned.
I believe they said it's rotting and
Well, yeah, but
Could you keep the door? I mean, that door would have opened because you're going to put the hay in it. So it would have been off to the side when it was open, and it would have been kind of clear in there. So could you have it like a shutter where you could close it but have a window there? Is that an option? Where you would recess the window so it would, when the wood door was closed, it would look pretty original, but you had a window.
The door is mounted on the inside of the house, not the outside.
it doesn't swing out.
It swings
Oh,
in.
it doesn't.
You can't see the door from the, like, if it's open, you can't see the door.
Well, and you can't, it's really hard.
Okay.
And like,
Okay, I thought it swung out.
Yeah.
And our barn door, it swung out. When you
yeah,
both
it
window-
would make sense, but for some reason, actually, yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it swings in.
To that
Which,
point,
again,
though,
makes-
could you do like a single like casement window in there and do so then it's the opposite? The door opens in, and when you close it, I don't know.
Yeah, we can come up with another idea. How about that?
We'll come up with another idea for the window.
Yeah, but we will not change the size of the opening.
Yeah.
Obviously. Okay, what's next?
Dormer or no dormer?
Or dormer
Dormer,
to
no window.
match. Dormer
To
window,
match.
matchy dormer. No, was very excited about lots of light coming into a stairwell, but if we have to do matchy, that's fine too.
Okay.
Does that sound amenable?
Okay, and then on the other side, it's just going to be a single door with a balcony.
If it's
Or-
a single door, there's no point in doing a balcony.
Yeah, true. No balcony. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I think I have enough information from there. We'll make some modifications and try to represent that.
These windows, are they okay? Did you hear? I missed some.
I heard two things about the vents. One, we should keep the vents. One, we can have the windows. I don't recall if there was a guideline from you
I
guys.
like the vents. I mean, I think I like it because they're historical, and the architect, that was purposeful to keep the vision of, I don't know, the vents, but just to help us get some light in.
I think people like the vents. Everyone wants to keep the vents. It's a question of whether the windows are a go or no go.
That's, yeah.
We can make smaller windows or something.
It's very
Okay.
dark.
All right. I think we're good on our end, and I'm not sure the process, but I guess we're gonna resubmit this somehow. Alex?
Yeah. So we still need to talk about the fence. But yes, so basically between now and the next meeting, you would need to revise your drawings, and I can tell you the deadline for resubmittal for the June meeting is a week from today. If you I don't know who made these drawings for you, but do you think they would need a little more time?
I do. Well, maybe.
Probably.
I mean, I would assume so because it's a lot involved with the architect, and he's very busy.
Would 2 weeks be enough?
I think 2 weeks would probably be enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just follow up after the meeting, and
Okay.
I can just say, hey, here's the deadline, and you guys can just stay in touch with me. We don't have to. For major work applications, we have to notify and publish a notice in the paper, but we don't have to do that for a resubmittal. So there's a little bit more flexibility with the submittal deadline. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. So, okay. Let me go back. You know what's most helpful to have on the screen while we're talking through the fence questions? Site plan, or do you want to, commissioners, you tell me. I'll just let you drive this. I think everybody understands what the proposal is, right? Like the blue section is the new section of 4 foot tall metal fencing, and then there's the question of the gate across the driveway.
Alex, was that approved before and just not done, or is this new? Is it all new?
That section's new, just the green portion that wraps around. that was previously approved along with the pillars on either side of the driveway, but this is a new part of the request.
I think the pillars look great from the plan to match the portico share, and I do push back on the gate, but I don't see a reason to stop the fence at this point from the perimeter from the edge.
Well, I think that I tend to agree with you. Certainly the blue section of fence is consistent with the rest of the perimeter fencing around that we've already approved. The pillars certainly I think are fine. I'm confused, Alex, you had presented, or in the packet is a Google Street View showing some sort of a gate there.
Yeah, there's a couple of these in the neighborhood where there was an old chain link fence that clearly predated there being any design standards for the neighborhood. So this is what was on site previously.
But none of those that exist in the neighborhood would have been considered historic.
Was there one? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, what I'm asking is that there's evidence that there was a gate there before, but it would have not been it would not have been part of the original construction of the house, nor would any of the others that exist in the district currently.
Right. This is clearly not something that is in keeping with the historic character of the district. So, but it's just the question of, is fencing going across the front yard of a property, is that entirely different than putting a gate in front of a driveway and kind of, in the same kind of siting, if you will? It's a question that we have not been asked before. And I feel like it will set precedent however you decide on this, because the Keeses are not the only people that have asked about this in recent past related to safety issues, et cetera. So it's really just a new topic for this group.
And do you, Alex, we spend a great deal of time talking about fences in Montford. They always feel like there's a lot of deliberation around them. And I struggle to remember exactly the context of this application in 2018, where we determined that fencing was appropriate in this case in the front yard. It's not something we do very often.
No, and there was interestingly not a lot to go on in the minutes from that meeting to kind of help refresh my memory on how the commission landed in a place where they were okay with the fence. The main point of contention on that project, that application, as you probably remember, was the swimming pool.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I pointed out to Mark when we talked previously about this, they had a team of designers that were shepherding all of this through for them. So I think, when he and I started, talking about what was previously approved, there were maybe some parts of the landscape plan that, were not fresh in his mind or, whatever. But I think one thing that was really important is that they were showing a lot of landscaping on the site plan in front of the fence. And two, to help provide some other information, as they were given approval to construct a stone retaining wall along the entire boundary. So the fence would be set back 4 feet from that. And then there would theoretically be landscaping in between. So it would soften it as a visual boundary. Cause that's really kind of the same thing we were talking about with the previous application is, the whole goal of, or the intent of the guidelines is really the fences in front yards are strongly discouraged, but when they are allowed with some caveats, usually with the caveat that they are post and wire. And sometimes metal has been approved, as was the case here, based on the architectural style of the house, but that it should be softened with landscaping, so that it doesn't present us such a visual boundary, because the kind of landscape character of Montford, as if you will, was like more naturalized. So, but there, again, there really wasn't a lot to help me understand, you know, because certainly we've spent a lot of time talking about fences on yards that were much smaller than this one. I think, if I recall correctly, I think part of the case that was made was Pearson Drive has quite a number of fences on it, and sometimes the commission, when they found reasons to support fencing, it's because it's in areas where it's not unusual to find other historic properties with fencing in the front yard. So, and I agree with Commissioner Hornaday. It doesn't seem to me to be an issue to fence the other side of the property since the commission's already approved the rest of it. But I do think the question of the gate still is and remains.
Can I ask the applicants real quickly, what is their thought for the need or desire for the gate? Safety, pets, aesthetics?
All of the above.
All of the above. We have, I don't know if you guys have driven by the house, but we've got soccer goals in the front yard. We've got kids in the yard all the time. We have a new puppy, and we've had 2 pretty big security issues lately. So that's been not very fun. Anything else?
No, that's the major issues. I mean, we've had people rummaging through our cars, people banging on our doors. I think this would just provide a pause for people. We don't plan on keeping the gates.
The gates will be open most of the time.
All day pretty much, and then maybe closed at night, maybe not. But we'd like to have the option for that.
Yes, and if we have a puppy, it would be nice to let her out in the full yard. And I have a cousin down the street with a 1-year-old, and it just feels a little bit, I don't know, it would be nice to close it off, but we really do not have the intention of having it always closed. Also because I think it would be kind of a pain to open it and close it every time. But if we are going out of town for a week, like what just happened to us, it would be, I think I would feel a little bit better if I felt like somebody couldn't just drive in our driveway and have their own personal party and bang on all our doors. So
there might be like another solution for that, which could be a chain when you're away, or something that's not as
yes, I do like the idea.
Not as shuttered as a we're behind a wall, we're behind the fence.
That doesn't help with soccer balls.
Yeah, and
it was the fence started with the soccer balls, and people go down Pearson so fast. It can be really nerve-wracking with my boys, and they chase the ball in the street. I don't like the idea of a big fence. I understand where you're coming from. We are planning on softening it quite a bit. The city has taken down the trees in the front because they were dead, and new trees will be planted, and beautiful landscaping is on the way. Again, I think that it would be open most of the time, and only, when we felt, maybe at night, just to close it. Well, that's kind of where we're coming from.
I think it's not unlike the swimming pool conversation that we spent an enormous amount of time talking about, because it is a bit of a departure from what happens traditionally in Montford. And so I think this commission has to consider how do we support a gate in one location and still, and give us still the opportunity to do what we do every time, which is to consider each case uniquely and how each proposed thing for each property applies itself to the standards. And, there isn't a lot to go on in the guidelines. And certainly what might be perfectly suitable on a property like this one on Pearson, which we where we did already approve a fence in the front yard. There's a swimming pool there, which is, there's certainly a majority of properties in Montford where that wouldn't have been considered a suitable thing to have. And so where do we look in the guidelines to try to help us make a decision that is in keeping with the expectations for the district, when we know this is going to be a precedent setting in some ways decision, and that we will have to be able to support not only the decision in this case if we were to approve the gate, but maybe potentially others that wouldn't be appropriate in a different location in the same district. And everyone's quiet.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
I was just driving home, and we love the Black Walnut Inn. We looked at it before we bought our house, and it's been a really nice reference for us as a beautiful historic home in the neighborhood. And they have a gate that's always kind of open, and that was kind of my idea of, it's if you only close it if you need to close it. But I mean, they have stone. Yes, it exists, and there are stone pillars, and there's a gate.
This is Commissioner Gardner. I am looking at all of these photos, and I think it flows. I support the idea of a gate on the property, especially because, soccer balls are going all over the place. We want to think about the safety of the children in this situation. And I myself, an avid dog mom, would love to have that opportunity, to shut a gate and let the dogs play free. The fence around their property already lends itself to, flow with a gate. So I think that I support it for that reason, that I think it would look good on this property.
Slight devil's advocate, I don't want to take up our time, but in the interest of precedent, if I don't have kids and if I don't have dogs, but I'm told I can't have a fence, how is that fair?
I don't think there's a lot of fences or gates. Fences are fewer.
I meant gates. I'm sorry.
I know, but I think the fences are few in Montford, and gates are really rare, except for a couple of chain link fences, a couple of chain link gates, and I would vote against the gate for that reason. And there's this is the trick of Montford. This is the historic district, and that's what I see in Montford is very few fences and even fewer gates, except for some grandfathered, for sure, gates. There'd be one on Cumberland by the Greek church, and then those ones on Pearson, and then Riverside, I think, has a gate.
Yeah, I don't think I would be in support of a gate there either. And I certainly understand. I have a 3-year-old and a dog, and I live on a busy street, and I have had issues with folks sort of breaking into our cars as well. So I certainly get that aspect of it. But I also think there's a lot of folks out there too that have the same issues, but also probably don't have the ability to put up a fence or a gate. So yeah, I think I would probably lean towards a no on the gate.
Yeah, I mean, the issue of the congruity of the gate, I mean, if we made exceptions every time somebody has a child, we basically might as well get rid of the standards. This is not the first time people have had children, and the gate then remains after the kids have grown up or whatever. So I wouldn't support it.
I definitely agree. I think it sets a big precedent, and then it's kind of getting into like nuance about, like do you have kids? Do you have a pet? It could set a precedent that's hard to, it would be hard to deny gates in the future if this was approved.
I follow suit with the last few comments, especially with what Commissioner Hornaday said regarding just the historic character and precedence in the neighborhood. I feel like if you go back to the time of significance, you wouldn't have seen very many gates.
That feels pretty pretty consistent in terms of feedback. I struggled to excuse me. I struggled to justify based on use. We've certainly those requests have been made over the years in terms of various safety or other considerations with regards to use, but that's not part of the guidelines. So it's a hard thing to start to make those decisions without the context of what our purview is. And so I guess I'm not hearing a ton of support for the gate, but I am hearing a good bit of support, sort of an unwillingness to support the gate. Is that fair of the commissioners that I can see videos of? Yeah.
So then Mark and Jennifer, you could request a continuance to the next meeting, and you can amend your application then to take the gate out, or now, or leave it in there, whichever you want. But it seems like from what the commission's saying, if you don't take it out either at this meeting or the next, then that may hold up your approval.
Can I put the ugly chain link fence back?
Seriously.
No, I'm serious. I would have left the rusty chain link fence up there, and that would just look beautiful. Yeah, it's frustrating. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find a sense of humor to this. I guess we're gonna have to ask for a continuance on the whole thing and figure out what we're gonna do from here.
That would be a continuance to the June meeting?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, I move we continue the application of 240 Cumberland Avenue to our June meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins?
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Commissioner Spring?
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn?
Aye.
Commissioner Waters?
Aye.
Commissioner West?
Oh no, now I'm last.
I'm sorry, can I ask who seconded?
That was me, Commissioner Brusades.
Okay, thank you.
Myself, aye as well, and that motion carries.
Mark, I will follow up with you in the next few days or so, okay?
I'm sure when your plate clears from all this, I look forward to talking to you. Thank you
Okay.
for all your time on this, commissioners, and my wife says thank you as well. Have a good evening. Good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
Alex, I'm gonna a little bit poll the commissioners. Short break might be in order. This is hour 3 of the meeting. Like some head shaking, that a small break would be appreciated.
Aye.
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 Alex, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Can you let me know what time?
It's 7:09 right now. 7:15 suitable for everyone. That's 6 minutes.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Suzanne.
Hi, Kelly.
How you doing?
I'm fine, I guess.
Been quite a wait. Have you been on all afternoon?
Yep.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this one will go relatively quickly.
Yeah. For everyone's sake.
Yeah, I'm sure the commissioners are very eager to, move things through things as well.
Mm-hmm. Suzanne, how long you lived in that house?
We bought this house in 2005 and
2005.
moved in 2010.
Did you move from another place in Asheville or?
Northern California.
Yeah.
Whereabouts? We moved from Southern California.
Walnut Creek, just east of Berkeley.
Sure. just have to go up to San Francisco for bar commission hearings. So,
Yeah, I worked in San Francisco for 30 years, over 30 years, I guess.
Well, would the two of you say, having seen it both, and I've seen it as well, it is topographically the most beautiful city in America?
Well, I'm prejudiced, so of course I'm going to say yes.
I think it is. I've been a lot of places, but you know, that the grandeur of that bay and the whole, you know, the whole ocean is hard to replicate. The mountains.
You talking about San Francisco or where?
San Francisco as a iconic in its own class, you know, environmental sort of visual city. It's just stunning. You know, it's a pretty remarkable topography to have put a city on, and it's unique in America in that way.
Yeah, until my daughter moved from there, I used to run the San Francisco and Berkeley half marathons every year. And, you know, I loved running over the Golden Gate Bridge and, you know, getting the views from the ports. And then in Berkeley, I loved the whole port area too. And, you know, both of San Francisco and Berkeley had these, you know, tremendous hills going down to the ocean. It was fantastic. Down to the bay, I guess.
Were you there when they allowed people on the Golden Gate Bridge?
Yes.
Okay, then tell me if this is true. As a friend of
I've
mine,
never been over the Golden Gate Bridge in a car. I've been over it running 20 times.
No, but were you on it when they closed all traffic and let people come onto the bridge? I had a friend who lived in San Francisco did, and he said at one point the crowd all got together and did this, and the bridge swayed. Everybody got really quiet. Nobody, he thinks, really checked the weight. You know, that bridge was not designed for people shoulder to shoulder the entire length of the bridge. And yeah, in retrospect, it was a little, you know, a little scary situation, which they never repeated.
Yeah, I just ran my race, you know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guys, we're at 7:16 now.
Okay, well, here we are. The ball is in your court.
Yeah, we'll just wait till we're called back to order.
I will call us back to order, and we're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is new business again in Montford Historic District at 32 Panola Street. And I'll let Alex take it from here.
Thank you, Chair Kite. I'm going to try to be brief. So this application is for a solar array at 32 Panola Street. I've got a couple of pictures pulled up for you. This house sits on the intersection of Panola and Montford Park. So it's kind of unusual in that it kind of faces the apex of that intersection. The image on the right is if you're looking up at the house from Montford Park, and this is the roof or the section of roof where the solar array is being proposed. So you can see here there's 17 panels on that portion of roof. So most often we review solar panels at staff level as minor works, except for when they are on a portion of roof that faces a public right-of-way. Which is the case here. I have done a little bit of digging. I did include in the file for this project, I added, there's a National Park Service technical brief on sustainability, specifically solar. So that's helpful to reference. Let me open that up myself so that we can read through it while we're talking about this. So the guidelines call for solar panels to be, installed on non-character defining portions of roof whenever possible. This house is challenged by the fact that the southeast facing portion of roof is where the solar array will function the best. So there are some, mature trees on the site that kind of also hinder the ability to use other parts of the roof. So this is kind of a new thing for me as a professional. We've only had one other application come through in my 6+ years with the city that where they were proposing solar on a front facing portion of roof, and that situation was a bit different. They already had solar on a good bit of the rest of the house that was providing the whole house with electricity, and they were after an electrical source to power a car or to charge a car in that case. So it was a little different. So this, if you look at this from the street view, you're kind of, I drove by it multiple times today just to kind of see what you would, experience if you're driving by, and it's so elevated up off the street. I really don't think it's going to be very noticeable. In addition, it's not like this house has a metal roof or some decorative roof material that would be altered or damaged by installing the panels. The panels will be dark color. And so in my opinion, I don't have any concerns about this. I think that at the end of the day, and I could not put my hands on it today, there is a document that talks about the state statutes around solar collectors, and that technically I don't think that the commission could really deny an application for solar unless they clearly found that it was conflicted with any of these standards. And I don't think that it will be a detriment to the character of the district for the panels to be in this location either. So I'm recommending approval and haven't noted any concerns. And I've talked with Kelly and Suzanne, and Kelly explained to me why this is really the only location that makes sense on this structure. So happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Kelly and Suzanne to add any additional information.
Commissioners, are there any questions for Alex?
I just have kind of a random question, I guess. I probably would vote to move forward with it anyways. But are solar panels something that are like removable if there was a new owner at some point and they wanted to own them?
Yes. Yes, it is considered to be mostly a reversible feature, which is also included in the National Park Service guidance on panels. Is that if it's removable, that's and I found an interesting study that Durham did. Durham conducted back in 2018, where they were asked by a resident to eliminate the need for CA at all for solar. So they did kind of, because of that request, they ended up doing like this kind of full-blown study that was pretty interesting to read. They ended up keeping their standards were pretty much the same as what, if not less restrictive than what other municipalities have in North Carolina. So they ended up really mostly their standards remained the same, and they followed these this technical brief recommendations. And so one of the things that's not recommended, if you ever look at the Secretary of the Interior standards, they use the language recommended and not recommended. Not recommended is installing solar devices that are not reversible. So.
Okay, if there's no other questions for Alex, then Suzanne or Kelly, is there anything else you'd like us to consider?
No, I think Alex covered it well and stated the situation very factually and very clearly. So hopefully that was enough information for you all to make a wise decision.
Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicants?
Yeah, are you going to remove any trees?
What's that?
Absolutely.
Are you going to remove?
not.
No, we're not removing trees. No.
Okay. Or trimming back. Okay, great.
No, but I will say this, over time, if someone wanted to trim the tree, if that ever became an issue, because the bigger it gets, the more it will shade her roof. So keeping it maybe trimmed at a height might be a reasonable work between you guys and her to
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We'll pause in the discussion for a moment and open the floor for public comment, if there is any.
Madam Chair, we do not have any callers for public comment.
Okay. We'll close the floor for public comment. Commissioners, is there any other discussion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, structure renderings and roof plan, 4 pages. Exhibit B, example images of solar arrays. Exhibit C, panel specifications. Exhibit D, additional photographs and plans, 2 pages, received April 23, 2021. Exhibit E, inverter specifications, 2 pages, received April 23, 2021. Are there any further exhibits?
Exhibit F, the MPS technical brief on sustainability, and you can just say added by staff May 12th, 2021. And then also Commissioner Eakins, when you get down to number 1, I just put the number 17 on the southeast. So you have to say 17 and then say SILFAB rectangular solar panels.
So I'm going to ask you to help me with that.
Okay, will do.
And the commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following: that the application is to install 17
SILFAB rectangular solar panels.
Couldn't have said it better myself. On southeast facing portion of roof, panels will be mounted as flush as possible and will not extend beyond any roof ridge. All work will be in accordance with attached drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for sustainability and emerging technology found on pages 80 to 81, adopted on April 14, 2010, and amended December 9, 2019, were used to evaluate this request. 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, solar panels will be located on the roof, where there will be a limited impact to historic character defining features. B, although it faces a primary public right-of-way, the southwestern facing portion of roof is the only viable location to place the panels. C, the southwestern facing portion of roof is not highly visible from the right-of-way due to topography, and there will be no detriment to the integrity of the historic structure or neighborhood. D, the work will be easily reversible. E, panels will be mounted as flush as possible to the roof and will not extend beyond any roof edge. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Sprang.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Waters.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Myself, aye as well. That motion carries.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued.
Second, Hornaday.
Okay, we'll vote by roll call again. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva,
Aye.
Commissioner Spring,
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Aye.
Commissioner Waters,
Aye.
Commissioner West,
Aye.
myself, aye as well. That motion also carries.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Kelly and Suzanne. I'll follow up with you in the next few days.
Okay, terrific. Have a good night, everybody.
You too.
We will move to the next application. Also new business in Montford, 23 Cumberland Circle, a new 2-story primary structure.
Thank you, Chair Kite. So this application is for, as you said, a new two-story primary structure. This is one of the lots that the commission approved for subdivision fairly recently on the corner of Cumberland and Cobble Street. So I'm just showing the site plan here. So the driveway comes off of Cobble. This is kind of going around Cumberland Circle in front, and then going around, you can just barely see where Cobble splits off at the top. So driveway is coming off of that side into the rear of the house. I've not really noted any concerns necessarily related to the site. I have asked the architect for some just little kind of remaining information, just the driveway edging material, stone sample for, there will be a retaining wall on this the southeast corner of the lot, and mechanical unit specifications. So it's all stuff that is totally doable at for administrative review. As far as the design of the structure goes, I did note in my staff report that I do have concerns about this particular, the overall design we're reading as fairly contemporary for Montford. It's not necessarily the overall form so much as it is, I think, that partly the material that's being proposed gives it this very vertical feeling. And looking around at the adjacent streetscape, you know, a lot of the buildings have kind of like lower pitched hip roofs, that nothing that feels quite this vertical. So I did talk with the architect today to kind of relay that, and we talked through that a little bit. I just suggested some minor revisions, like the porch railing, the picket spacing was pretty wide, and although that's on the rear, I felt like it should be a little bit more consistent with what we typically see as far as picket spacing. And then I think it's probably just a product, and I'll let Aaron speak to this, but I think it's just probably a product of the rendering, but there's lattice shown beneath the front porch, or the little front entryway that looks diagonal in the rendering, but in the past we've typically only allowed the traditional square lattice. I did include this streetscape in my slides just for point of reference. There is another lot between the new primary structure and then the historic house on the right, where these lots were subdivided from. So I really don't have a ton more to add. I'll turn it over to, if you guys have questions, I'm happy to answer. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to the architect to talk through if you have any thoughts on the design as well.
Are there questions for Alex, commissioners?
Alex, the board and batten, is that for a material that covers all the floors? Is that, I couldn't see a lot of examples of that, especially in that area.
Yeah, I couldn't think of any examples myself, and Aaron and I talked about that today. I think certainly the design could be helped by, choosing more traditional, or not more traditional, because I realize board and batten is found in a lot of places, but more shingles or lap siding, something that's more typical of Montford. So, and I do think that verticality of that siding material is part, I think, of what contributes to it appearing that is this more contemporary house. So we did talk about that.
There are other questions for Alex? Okay, Aaron, I'm going to turn things over to you, but before you provide any additional information, we need to swear you in.
Okay.
Before we do that. And so I'll ask you to raise your right hand and I'll read the oath and then I'll ask you to affirm out loud.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. You're free to provide any additional information that you'd like us to consider.
Okay. Just want to say thanks, Alex, for introducing the project, and thanks everyone for hanging out so late to consider what we have here. The items that Alex raised, we'll get to the siding, but the railing spacing, we're more than happy to change that to be more in keeping with the neighborhood, and the lattice on the front will certainly change to a, the intent was to have that be vertical anyway, but it was just the rendering style there, so we'll change that. I think the main issue is the siding treatment, and I'd like to get your all's feedback on that. We have certainly, we have tried other siding combinations, lap siding, cedar shakes, and other things that you may see more often in Montford. I think the owners are really would like to use the board and batten, and we thought that it was a traditional siding material, so that's what we're presenting here. But I'm happy to have that discussion and answer any questions that you might have.
So to get so the board and batten, just to follow the standards about the primary structure should be compatible in materials with nearby houses. A lot of pebble dash. I'm not sure what's the lower surface, the basement level siding.
The lower will be, it'll be a superior wall foundation, but we'll do a stucco over that. So it will be a stucco finish.
So it's smooth stucco?
Yeah, smooth stucco.
Okay. Yeah, I think the sort of typical German siding or adding a shingle, I don't know. I don't want to architect from here, but it appears a lot more modern and something that's on the edge of the district or in West Asheville. I think that fitting the house on that tricky lot is fine, but what is that's my feeling is that the board and batten isn't compatible with nearby historic structures.
If we were, and I should have done this for today's meeting, but if we could get a collection of images, precedent images from Montford, or does it need to be more specific to the Cumberland Circle area? Would that be helpful?
I'll defer to Chair Kite, but I think it's the nearby houses as much as the entire district. It's rather large, but with the houses within a reasonable area from this new build. I
would agree. I think with that, certainly there's been plenty of applications we reviewed with quite a bit of precedent sort of context provided along with the applications. I think in this case, it would certainly be helpful to see that. I realized a second ago that I had an entire statement that I said on mute, which was to open the floor for public comment. So we're going to pause again, even though no one heard me the first time, and open the floor for public comment, and then we'll come back to further conversation. So if there is public comment, now's the time.
Madam Chair, we do not have any callers for public comment.
Good, then they didn't hear the absurdity of what I just did either, which is also nice. So we will close the floor for public comment, and we will continue on our way with further discussion and feedback for the applicant.
So, looking at the guidelines with primary structures, new construction, I'm definitely seeing in number 2 that, they call out specifically compatibility with adjacent streetscape. And looking at the houses in that vicinity, the cladding does have a lot of horizontality to it, like either shiplap siding or clapboards or cedar shakes. And thinking about what Alex said in the beginning was that, this house really reads as very vertical, whereas the houses around it are more horizontal, and there's roof shape and the whole shape of the building. But I'm wondering whether just changing that siding would also give it that more, a little bit blend in with the horizontality in the vicinity. That was my thought.
I agree with you, Commissioner Lazarus. Without going back to the drawing board with the whole shape. Sorry.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. I that's what I was saying too in the beginning, and I would just add that number 4 on the same page, page 93, does say design new primary structures to be compatible in height, roof form, scale, massing, footprint, material, detail, fenestration, and proportion with surrounding historic buildings and other historic buildings in the district. So I don't think it's, to answer your question, Aaron, not a bad thing if you want to try to find some examples of other buildings in the district, but to have at least a material that references, that's similar to the surrounding historic buildings. So it's more in context.
I think too, there's certainly going to be a lot of examples in Montford whereby there's a pretty strong delineation between the sort of gable and the rest of the wall, right? There's oftentimes a really strong horizontal there where there is a transition of materials from one thing to another. So that there's certainly a lot of examples throughout Montford where there's a mix of materials that help break up this sort of 2-story volume of a gable faced facade. And so I think that is something I think worth noting about the context that we're working in. And that's not to say we can't also find certain examples where that's not the case as well. But that would be a pretty traditional way of handling a house in Montford, would be to have a pretty strong line at the gable. And I know it's more contemporary to look for ways to break that and to sort of cross that line with windows and volume and change in materials that happen at a different place than that sort of traditional kind of line across the bottom of that gable. But I think that's something that's maybe a departure in this particular example from what's more traditional in that district.
Is there a feeling that the porch also is sort of a landing spot more than a front porch, as typical on, I think you could say, a lot of houses in Montford, that the emphasis on porching is in the back instead of the front of the house? Is that do other commissioners feel like that's, or what? Let me ask the architect. This is that time. Did you explore a more substantial, porch for on the front?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interesting lot here on the corner, and it kind of wraps around. We spent a lot of time trying to, get our parking to the back and still have a street front. That doesn't really address your comment about the front porch, but there is this kind of rear entrance, and so I don't think they'll end up using their front entrance as much as others might. The porch is it's roughly, I think it's 9 by about 8 by 12, so it's there still is a pretty good porch on the front there. And I wonder, I did send Alex another, we have explored quite a different other kind of material variations. And I don't know if Alex could bring up one of the other ones that we've looked at. It does it's a different color as well. These dark colors kind of hide some of the detailing, I think, but I don't, Alex, would you have that to bring that up?
Yeah, sure.
It makes quite a bit of difference to go with a lighter color and a different material. I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I would need to discuss with the owners the change, but I think the comment about the verticality, I think with the horizontal siding, I think that helps quite a bit. And then with the different colors on the house, I think the porch reads a lot more than it does with the dark colors, if that helps at all.
I think the front.
Madam Chair, if I could just interject for just a moment. We received an email from a member of the public who I think may have been trying to call in on this particular project. So I've just emailed him back saying if he would like to call in, that we would see about reopening the public hearing so he could make comment.
Okay.
So I will let you know once I see them re-enter the queue, if they do.
Okay. I think what's interesting about the front porch, Will, as you were talking, and I was looking at the sort of streetscape photograph that's on the cover page of the application set of drawings. And from a distance, they looked really quite similar in terms of the historic house that's a lot or two away from here. And then I zoomed in a little bit more closely and realized that the historic house a couple doors down has that sort of side porch with the railing that's under the same kind of roof. And so this house at 23 Cumberland has the overhang as though there's a side porch, or a porch that kind of comes off the front entrance there, but doesn't really have it. And so in some respects, it looked really very similar. And then there's sort of a kind of a big difference between the two in terms of how the front porch is treated. I don't know necessarily that, if there's opportunity to pick up on some of that, where there is a little bit bigger sort of front porch effort tendency in the historic houses. I on first reaction am a little bit more favorable to the alternative proposal, which looks like it's got more horizontal siding and the more traditional shakes in the gable above those windows. Does the original proposal with those dark colors, Aaron, it's maybe hard to read, have those same brackets or no?
No, the brackets are removed from this version. Yeah, there are no brackets.
Yeah. And I don't know how I feel necessarily about the brackets, or if they're necessary on in every location, but it's interesting to me how when you play with the siding and the really the same massing of a house can be can look very different just based on color and different siding choices. Is there other feedback from commissioners?
Madam Chair, the caller has entered the queue now.
Okay, now we will open the floor for public comment.
You'll need to swear the person in?
Yeah.
As well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bringing them in now.
Okay.
Hello, caller, are you there? Hello, caller? All right, we had some difficulty in another meeting where callers could not be heard. Give me a moment and let me see if I can see what's going on. Yeah, to say we can't hear I think there was something about people being muted in Google.
Shannon, in that meeting you're referring to, I think it was the conference line that was muted in the Google Meet. So like that 855 number, is that the conference line? Because it's muted right now.
Ashley hasn't. If Ashley chats me back, I'll.
Madam Chair, it appears as though the caller has left the queue.
Okay. We will keep trying. I think that Shannon, in the previous meeting where we had issues, it was the conference line.
Yeah, our conference line is not muted.
Okay. I think that was the issue in the other meeting, but. Okay. We will continue our conversation, and I guess let us know if there's a change and we need to try again. Commissioners, is there other feedback that we can provide to the applicant?
I will just like to weigh in on the color discussion. I don't think that the color palette is really making so much of a difference in my opinion, but I do think that the horizontal siding, the lap siding, helps remedy the overly vertical concern that some people had.
I wonder if, like going on about the color palette, if, like a slightly lighter shade would just lighten the whole thing a little bit.
Is there a sense that we're going to need more detail and need to postpone this, or is there anything that the applicants are going to be able to do now that are going to allow us to move forward with a vote? Just in the interest of time, I'm just checking.
I think it would need to come back to you guys. And Aaron and I talked about that earlier today, and I don't think it's going to hold up the timeline. Correct, Aaron?
Yeah, I think it would make sense to continue it. I'd love to hear if there's any other feedback, but if the gist of it is the siding and kind of colors and look at the front porch, we'd be happy to continue to next month and get you some more information.
And I tend to probably agree with Commissioner Spring regarding color. I don't know how much influence we necessarily have over color. There's not been much, there's not really color palettes or other things in the guidelines that send you in a particular direction, Aaron. But I think that certainly the configuration and the mix and the blend of siding materials, I think is worth some study. And it sounds like there was some receptiveness to the other alternative that you put together, which I know you need to sort of confer with your client a bit more on before you're in a position to make a change. And so I would agree that a continuance is probably in order, but I don't want to cut you short either, Aaron, or other commissioners in terms of providing you any other feedback, with the intention obviously that you can address all the concerns at once and not so other folks, if there's concerns or conversation around fenestration in windows or other things about the site, we should, I think, take care to really address all of that at one time.
Chair Kite, I did want to mention that from what I can tell from the plans that we have, the siding of the house on the site, I mean, Aaron, it looks like you guys did a really good job of working with what you had, and it feels like it fits in the district as far as how it sits on the lot. And
Thank you.
I just want to add a quick note on color. It's true that the commission doesn't regulate paint color. We don't have a paint palette for Montford, but just as a point of reference, if anyone, whether it's commissioners or applicants, are interested, there is a section of the design standards that's probably little used, but it's the section that talks about the historic styles of the district, and each one kind of breaks down what the typical hierarchy of colors would be for, like medium, dark, etc., for trim and body and that sort of thing. So if you're ever interested in in using that as a point of reference, that's helpful. Because we have, like, I think we had one new construction project on Short Street where the commission did suggest a different palette based on that, based on the architectural style of the house, and the applicant was receptive to it and they changed it. So just as an FYI, more than anything, that information is there to help guide.
Chair Kite, I had one quick question that might, in the number 3 on new construction, it talks about minimizing removal of trees over 6 inches, and I think there's a number of them. What is our, how do we minimize in a situation like this, where there's probably 8 to 10? Oh, probably more than that, it looks like.
I think there are 8 that I counted.
Right, because along with that doesn't come any sort of other guidance around the size of the house either, right? Certainly a smaller house would cut down those trees.
I think in the past, just as an kind of give you some context, in the past, the commission hasn't really taken a very strong stance on that. Yes, minimizing is best practice, but they typically have only, kind of requested a change or taken a strong stance when there's been a big, very large mature tree, that was kind of could be saved based on making some design changes. So that's just based on my experience with the commission. I'm not saying that that's, how you should approach it always, but.
It does look like there's some consideration to adding trees back, at least in this initial site plan. Aaron, is it your intention to prepare as part of a final package a more comprehensive landscaping plan that would identify what some of these foundation plantings are and become a little bit more specific about those and the trees that are proposed?
We had those called out as boxwoods and dog hobbles, excuse me, around the foundation there. And then we had the new dogwood trees along the driveway. There wasn't, we weren't planning on providing more detail than that, but we will if required, certainly.
And you've got the 2 new trees, the dogwoods along the drive.
Yeah, as just some screening there, I guess, for the parking area. And then we're saving we've got the walnut tree and the maple and the cedar up front, just along the curve there, that we'll have some, we've called out for some tree protection for those trees, trying to save those. And there's actually there's a little group there where the driveway comes in. There's a little 10-inch oak that we're also trying to protect.
Yeah.
Okay, I move that we continue this application to the June meeting.
Second by Sprague.
Jinx.
Thanks, Aaron. I'll follow up with you in the next few days or so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
I think we need to vote. Do we need to vote on continuing?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. We can do that really quick. Vice Chair Eakins?
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday?
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva? Did I miss it? Got echo. There. Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Waters.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Myself, aye. And that motion carries. We will move to the next agenda item, which is 279 Cumberland Avenue, new primary structure, 1.5-story primary structure. Alex, I think you're muted.
Thank you. So I think we need to swear in Michael and Stephen.
Yes, we do. Okay, Michael and Stephen, I'm going to read the oath to both of you, and then I'll ask you each individually to affirm. You could please raise your right hand. I don't know that I see them on my screen, but I'll trust that we're doing that. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information you present during the hearing for a certificate of appropriateness before the Historic Resources Commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Michael?
I do.
And Stephen?
I do.
Okay. Alex?
Okay, thank you. So again, I'm going to try to be brief. So this application is for a new primary structure on Cumberland Avenue. On the right-hand side of my screen is probably minuscule. You probably can't really see that, but the little red box, that's the lot that we're talking about. Some of you will recall that the subdivision occurred here out of this, that little lot was carved out of this much larger lot several years ago. So we've had several iterations of designs come through for this little lot, but unfortunately, because of the way that the limitations placed on setback and building placement, et cetera, that were created based on this much smaller lot, we never had an application that was that made it all the way through. So I don't recall which meeting it was, but Michael was here with us last year he submitted a major work for a conceptual building design, and then also like getting feedback from the commission on the actual building placement, because that was so critical to anyone being able to move forward with sale of the property or purchase of the property. So that box was checked, just so you know. Last year, there was never a formal approval issued, but it was the consensus of the commission that the siting of the building as is was consistent with the range of setbacks and building placement on that side of Cumberland Avenue. So on the left, you're obviously looking at the site plan here. I have noted most of my comments were in fact actually related to site on this one. I do have some concerns about, and maybe Michael can point to some examples, but they're noting some boulders along the side of the driveway. And while certainly there are many stone retaining walls or natural stone placement throughout some landscapes, I don't know that it's a little bit hard for me to tell, but can't think of any examples where I've seen a whole just kind of like bank of large boulders in a yard. That's something more to me that's more makes me think of like the Ramble or something, but not necessarily Montford. The other thing I've noted is that if you look at the streetscape in most of Montford and in this area, if you go around in Street View or drive around, most of the driveways come straight off the street and kind of dead end into the garage versus being this curve that comes out from the center of the in front of the house. I am assuming that maybe it's in an effort to preserve this large oak tree that's right here on the front of the lot. So I totally understand that, but just pointing out that this is an atypical configuration for a driveway in the district, and there is a standard that says that to respect the rhythm and placement of driveway cuts in the street. So that's definitely something that it is important to keep in mind. I did note that it would be helpful to have some additional foundation plantings. Right now, there aren't any really. There's not much on the sides or rear. So those are my site related comments. I did ask for some additional information for the site, including the patio dimensions and material, the flagstone, image of the flagstone for the front walkway, mechanical unit specifications. And as far as the structure itself goes, this is roughly what Michael proposed, or his conceptual sketch showed before, which got a lot of positive feedback. It's a little bit different, but roughly the same in its overall form. I didn't note a ton of concerns here, except for I did comment that these windows, this gang of 3 windows on the front elevation, is somewhat inconsistent with the rest of the fenestration. So if you're looking at the rest of the gangs, they're all have the same pane configuration. So that was a note. And then I also noted that this large window on the north side elevation was kind of the same thing. And then same with these patio doors on the back of the house. They just seem really wide. Whereas when you're looking at like the front of the house, where there are these French doors down below on the basement level, they're much more narrower. So just being consistent in all of those spaces. So those are really those are my kind of minor notes on the overall design of the building itself. I did have someone reach out to me about asking about the square footage calculation. I looked at the property cards for most of the houses on this block, and it's true that a lot of them, as far as their heated square footage, are more in the range of 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. But a lot of them have pretty substantial, or several of them have pretty substantial unfinished basements. So you're kind of like, this one's a little bit unusual because you're looking at it and you can see a portion that would, for another structure maybe below grade. So I think that's important to consider that because the foundation is partially exposed, that number seems quite high if you look at it in comparison to nearby structures. Here is the streetscape rendering that Michael put together for showing kind of the form within the context of the neighboring houses. And those are all my notes. So I did ask for manufacturer specifications for the garage doors. I mean, unless they're going to be custom wood, we would need we can note that in the CA if it's going to be custom wood, but otherwise we need the manufacturer specifications.
Commissioners, are there questions for Alex? Okay. Michael or Stephen, is there additional information you'd like for the commission to consider at this moment?
Yes, thanks for hanging in there, guys. I'll start with addressing the boulders. If you look at the site plan, along the left side of the driveway as it arrives at the garage door, the wall is it grows from being at grade to about 3 foot tall. So it just seemed like it would just be more organic rather than dig a footing, build a stem wall, and then line it with a stone veneer just to park some stones there. So it's not a tall boulder wall. In some cases, it may only be one boulder. So I think we're open to that being something else. And as the driveway kind of passes by that large oak tree, it kind of steps up gradually. And it seemed like it'd be a lot easier to follow the grade with an organic rock boulder layout than a foundation and a stem wall and stone veneer. So that's the logic there. And the hook on the driveway is, yes, preserving the trying to stay as far away from that oak tree as we can. And rather than do kind of an S turn, come in straight and then curve and then straighten up going into the garage, we thought it would be easier to maneuver, just kind of angle in and then make one hook into the garage door. So that's the logic there. And in reality, it actually, even though there is a house, I think it's maybe the adjacent one nearby that does have a basement garage door facing the street. The misalignment actually does kind of break the view straight up the driveway towards the garage door anyways. There are a few other boulders shown around the left side of the house, which would be the north side. We're trying to hold the grade down to allow an egress window into a basement level bedroom. So we were showing boulders there to hold back to hold back the cut to allow an egress window can be no more than 44 inches above the floor. So we're having to excavate the grade there. I don't think anyone else other than the property owner would see that boulder wall. And again, it wouldn't be very tall. And that also leads into the comment about that tall window on that north side. That is a bedroom, and it's an egress window, and it needs to be a certain size to meet building code.
Anything else, Michael or Stephen? Commissioners, do you have any questions at the moment?
So I do have one comment and on the back windows or the French doors. And my apologies, this may be shocking even to Michael, but I'll go ahead and let you know now since we're doing this. That is intended actually to be 3 panes. So of door with a product that actually, I forgot what it's called, but it's a bifold effectively, but it'd really be a trifold. So one door is normally operable, and then it collapses and can collapse and open up that entire space. So the doors, there would still be the same width, but they wouldn't be as thick, if that makes sense.
Okay, commissioners, are there any questions?
Oh, I guess one other point, as long as you're about to have your conversation, there is no parking in front of our house. Since it's at a bend, there is no parking signs between basically the entire footprint in front of our house. Not true of, I think, either of our neighbors, but where ours is, we have no parking in front.
Okay, we'll take a quick pause for public comment if there is any.
Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, and then we'll close the floor to public comment. Commissioners, comments or questions?
I think the porch is, again, on this would be nice if it could stretch, if Michael or Stephen could speak to that to match that the adjacent houses and across the street, more room on a front porch.
I'll be happy to take a stab at that. Our first pass with the schematic design, was to kind of flesh out concerns about the setback from the street. And so the whole siting of the house and the footprint of the house was all about trying to set the front of the house as far away from the street as possible in response to staff and commission concerns. Unfortunately, the lot, when it was subdivided a little bit shallow, which kind of pushed the house footprint closer to the street. So, yeah, we're just trying to keep that front porch from getting too close to the street. So if the commission feels like we have more latitude, we can explore that.
I was talking more left and right instead of forward.
Oh, I see.
On the porch.
Is that a concern or a perspective shared by others?
From the standards, talk about matching the neighboring structures along the street in detail and proportion. Let's see where the one was. The overall character of the adjacent street site to maintain the look of sort of, the front porch. It's usually wider than the door and the side light.
Will, do you want it to go out over the garage or do you want it to go to the right? Which side are you wanting it to extend over?
I don't know that answer. I'm just wondering if there's a room for porching, more substantial porching in the overall. I'm scrolling back to a different view of it. One of those page 3 of 10 kind of. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't know, but do other commissioners feel that this is a Montfort porch?
I think that if they were going to explore expanding the porch to be wider, it seems natural that it would go towards the left over the sort of over the garage door. I could see that fitting in with, sort of a general porch theme in the neighborhood. But yeah, as far as is it necessary to do that? I don't know, but it would be interesting to see what it looked like. Just trying that out.
Yeah, I certainly think there's precedent in the surrounding area for there to be. It's not unlike the conversation in the last application where, in that streetscape, the contrast between the sort of new construction with just the porch at the entrance door and side light, and then the sort of historic house a couple doors down that had that same proportion of gable at the front, but also had this sort of side piece that goes sort of in front of that living room, in front of the living room windows, that's got the same roof kind of covering over it and same railing detail. I think there is certainly some context whereby Montfort cared about what their front porches were and that folks spent time on them. Not necessarily a modern consideration. A lot of us like to porch in the back of our house, but not on the front street. But certainly in Montfort, there's a lot of evidence that the front porch was important, for sure.
I hear what you're saying. Certainly the houses to the left and the right of this do have larger front porches, but across the street, which might even be closer, there are no front porches. So if the discussion about front porches is in respect to the immediate context, the immediate context is a really mixed bag. I don't know Alex, if you have pictures of the buildings across the street, but I think the one directly across the street doesn't have a front porch at all.
Yeah, I don't know what year this structure was built. I'd have to look, but my guess it looks like it's been altered. Like maybe it was, I'm not sure. I don't know. That one seems like a kind of an anomaly. And then there's this yellow one that has a really small front stoop. And then there's a ranch house. This yellow house, I think, is the one that's directly across the street, right? That doesn't have much of a porch at all. It's just got this little kind of entryway. There are a couple of little, this one, and then there's one 2 doors down on the same side of the street as the subject property that we're talking about. That it's not, it doesn't, I wouldn't say it's Tudor-esque, but it's got kind of like some kind of a little bit of a Tudor vibe where it doesn't have, kind of the same as the yellow one, where it doesn't have an entry porch at all. So I do agree with Michael. There's kind of a mixed amount of styles here. This is the other one that I was talking about.
And Alex, if you continued south on Cumberland, one more house further, it has 2 stacked porches, but they're both of a sort of smaller on the right-hand side of the street.
Oh, okay.
If you just dead end, but go south, now you're headed north. There you
It's
go.
late, y'all.
I know, right?
I don't know
Tell me
how
about it. You can see it
tell.
right there. It's right above the,
Yeah,
if you
there's-
keep going straight, it's the one that
Yeah.
dead ends straight into the street. So it's got a stacked, yeah, right in front of you. That's a stacked smaller square, similar to the same size, I think, is what we're looking at.
And then for whatever reason, I can't look at it. Like there's this blur that's happening on my screen in some places on Google Street View the last few days. I'm not sure what's going on there, so I can't really see. You can kind of see the porch tucked in there. It looks like there's 2 on that one. But so yeah, I think I agree. I think there's a mix, but I think Emily or Commissioner Spring's idea about exploring the idea is not a bad one.
Let me just add that the front porch, Alex, if you pull up maybe that rendering.
Hold there for a second on those boulders right there while we're there with Alex. Is on the left side of that driveway. Is that wall or is that just large stone too?
On the right-hand side?
My left.
Sorry, I'm now on a totally different page. What? Okay, let me see what I'm presenting. I think this is concrete. It's just in really rough shape.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, too many tabs open. This is what I was looking at. I was just kind of looking at the perspective rendering to get a better sense of the porch.
Yeah, I was just going to add that that it's an elevated front porch, and I just worry that expanding the elevated front porch would expose more of the legs. I mean, you'd be kind of looking under a porch rather than being kind of drawn into a welcoming front porch. You're having to kind of climb up the site. That front porch is a full story above the street. So again, unless we fill right, within a couple of feet of the front porch, it's going to always kind of feel like an elevated front porch.
You come off of that porch comments, but yeah, it's seeing the ones on the side, and then when you just think of Montford, you think of larger porches. But you're right, there's a lot of smaller porches. So
Yeah, my wife would have loved a much larger porch, but alas. And the other thing is it is set in. So if we were to extend it further to the left, then we will have this weird L footprint for the porch. It would definitely need to come out closer to the street, I think, in order for it to be usable space.
Yeah, I think it's about 4 feet, 4 or 5 feet. So that porch would get really shallow if it overlapped the garage. It would be kind of unusable.
Right, because that bumps out towards the front there
Yeah.
from where the front door is. I see it in the plan.
I mean, it'd be easier to extend it to the right, but then it would extend into the kitchen windows. That's a kitchen there, by the way. And we'd almost have to clear all 3 windows to set a post, so we wouldn't have a post setting in front of those windows. So it's kind of like you either stop where it stops or you go all the way to the corner.
Yeah. Alex, can you clarify a little bit your concerns that you're noting about the windows?
Well, it's just that all the other windows are kind of consistent with each other. And then you've got the gang of 3 on the front where the divided lights are up higher. And then I guess that the other one was an egress window. And even though it's on the side, it still just looks kind of out of proportion. But if it's not a big deal to the commission, then I'm not gonna die on that hill for sure. I did want to ask Michael, just out of curiosity, I'll just add this as an exhibit, but this is the previous iteration that we looked at. Was there any, I guess maybe the property owners aren't interested in this design that incorporates the flare on the roof. I'm sure that's probably more expensive from a construction standpoint. Is that a correct assumption?
I think what happened was in that rendering, the flare was almost necessary to keep the headroom to the right. The upper floor was more compact, so the roof sat lower on the house, and we needed to kind of flare the roof to the right. In the more recent version, we went from 9-foot to 10-foot ceilings on the main level. And we lifted the roof up higher, so it doesn't actually need to flare anymore. So yeah.
Yeah, I just was curious, since this kind of like has its own like almost like little shingle cottage style to it. That's why I asked kind of the reason for going away from that particular design concept.
Yeah, I mean,
there was also potentially a door entry for a mudroom, which is no longer the case on the right-hand side.
Right.
I mean, I appreciate you actually pulling up that rendering, because that's a sweet little drawing. But yeah, you'd almost have to go to the new elevations and look at the south elevation, where in that view you're looking at right now, that front roof line turns the corner and extends towards the back of the house more, and that kind of side-facing gable dormer, or that Dutch hip dormer, was pushed farther back. If you pull up the current drawings and you show the south side elevation, that south side facing dormer slid towards the street more and became a more prominent. It's almost equaling the significance of the front gable. You can see the corner there that you're looking at the corner of the side facing gable. So it became awkward to continue that roof line around the corner and tie it into that bump out on the side.
That makes sense. Just in looking at that other rendering, I wonder then, how, so this little, I guess the area, the basement level where the pedestrian doors are, and this exposed area of stucco that's above grade in front of it, would you consider maybe facing that with stone that was similar to the foundation, so it kind of just blended in?
That's actually a mistake. That should be stone.
Okay.
I think it'll be stucco on the inside, but stone facing the street.
Is the intention for there to be wall in front of that door? And you're just not doing that for the sake of the elevation?
Well, it's to hold the grade. We need to kind of bring the grade up. Looking at that front view, we're trying to kind of tease you up to the front porch. So the higher we can keep the grade, the less climb you have coming from grade onto that front porch. And in order to do so, we have to hold the dirt back to allow access into the, I mean, short of, if we're to get rid of that wall, then the access to the basement would be buried there.
Yeah, I think I like the wall from the screen. When I look at it on my own computer, I could see it better. So you come into that covered lower entrance from the driveway, sort of at the side of that covered area under the porch, instead of front on towards the doors.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I prefer that, quite honestly, because I think it, there creates a better hierarchy in terms of entry, and it sort of screens the lower door.
Correct. We want to bring attention to the front door and that elevated front porch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Alex, I see what you're talking about with those front windows. The proportion of the rest of the house reads as double hungs or single hungs, whichever. And those windows at the kitchen just have a different proportion to it. I see what you're talking about now.
Well, I like the eclectic nature of, I think casements are pretty common in some of those upper level sleeping porches. I think there's a house farther north on Cumberland across from the tennis courts that the upper floor is kind of wrapped with casement windows. I think it's pretty typical, maybe not for, a front facade, but it's pretty typical to see casement windows on dormers and sleeping porches. And I have this sweet little house. Let's see if I can get this right. That's on Pearson.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see. It's too close to the camera, I think.
All right, sorry. Here's another house. It's a mix of a double hung and then casements.
No, you're going to have to send me all of these, Michael, because now they're exhibits. I'm being serious.
All right.
You can make photocopies of them, but addresses would be helpful if you have them too.
All right.
I'd like to just kind of add to what Michael was saying, that I feel like in this neighborhood there is quite a lot of precedence for homes that have an eclectic smattering of various types of windows, especially in sort of this style. So I don't feel like that triple window is inappropriate or out of place.
Actually, Alex, if you go back to Street View, that Tudor stucco house right across the street, I just pulled up a picture of that. That has 3 casement windows. It used to be pink. I think it's maybe beige now. I think when you're going down Street View, you didn't stop at that one house, but
Because you can't really see it because there's foliage in the way. So yeah, no, my point about those windows is, and certainly most houses in Montford have a variety of window styles, were just that it like there was like the fenestration on the other elevations where it's kind of like mostly regular. You know, there's not a ton of variation, so that's why I think it just jumped out at me. But
Well,
I don't have a strong opinion about it.
We'd be open to, if it's about the Muntin pattern, we'd be open to changing from that 3-light pattern to maybe a 6-light pattern. I don't know if that's the issue or not. Or maybe just 2-light.
I mean, I don't know. It's like, I think one of the other things, and we talked about this sometimes in other projects, when you do we've seen this in stairwells mostly, where, you know, the taller, narrower window with the lights only up high, it sort of reads like a prairie style almost. But I don't think it's necessarily as dramatic enough in this case to warrant changing if the commissioners don't feel strongly about it.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, this is a difficult to fit this in this lot. So commend you all both for working so hard to get this to where it is.
Yeah, I don't know that I have any real strong concerns. Anyone else? We can talk about the driveway. I do have one question about the driveway. I want to make sure if we're not hearing, you know, if there's consistency in how the commission feels about the application, I want to make sure we address everything. It looks to me like you're changing driveway materials at a certain point along the driveway.
No, sorry about that. That's a poor graphic choice. That's a gravel mud mat for construction.
For temporary construction. So the
Yeah.
whole thing is proposed to be concrete.
Correct.
Okay. In reference, Alex, to your concerns about the angle of the driveway and configuration, is there room either for the applicant to consider or within the guidelines a choice of driveway materials that might be better at protecting the tree, that's more pervious and less impactful than concrete, that might be worth consideration to give us a little bit straighter driveway that might be in better keeping with the surrounding area?
The other thing I didn't point out when I was giving my staff report is the width of the entrance to the driveway. Like typically we're looking at, 12 feet max for a driveway entrance. So I just want to point that out because I couldn't measure off this drawing with my the software that I use, but it looks pretty wide, like at least 18 feet. Does that sound right to you, Michael? Or you?
Probably at the widest point. I mean, those radius, I'd say the radius on the south end probably should stay where it is, but we could certainly tighten up the radius on the north end uphill on the sheet, or to the left on the sheet, to tighten that up.
To answer your other question, we're pretty pro concrete. There's folks in the family that like to use their chalk.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to read that dimension, but the driveway's dimensioned at 10 foot wide.
Oh, I see it. And I think my general preference is in prioritizing keeping that tree I'll be honest, I do think that we need to take a look at the apron and see if there's a way to minimize its impact, but
Yeah, we can.
keeping the tree.
I mean, obviously, pervious paving might help. We could certainly look at that, the kind of the modular pavers, or we could maybe just score the concrete a lot, break it down into, a lot of joints, and allow the water to go through. So it's a traditional concrete driveway, but there's essentially a lot of cracks in it.
What if you had a portion of concrete, like you've got the concrete apron, and then you've got maybe a square portion of concrete that's right up close to the garage door, that adjacent to the garage entrance, but then between there it's a pervious paver between the two sections of concrete. Does that sound crazy? I mean, the commission can consider alternative materials for driveways, and the commission has allowed pervious pavers before, if your kids need a place to draw. But just throwing that
I'm
out
sorry,
there.
it's my wife.
Oh, your wife. Okay, sorry.
Kidding. So I honestly, we prefer concrete the whole way. So that's kind of where we stand. I have no problem narrowing it up a bit, but yeah, the intention is, preferably it'd be a straight shot out, but that will take that tree out. But we can certainly narrow it up.
I would say that we could certainly maybe talk to an arborist, but if we are committed to leaving the tree and building the driveway, I think it behooves Stephen and Mary not to kill the tree because it'll be expensive to come back later and take it out. So we will.
And then the
certainly
driveway
look
will look really stupid.
Yeah.
I think it's worth pointing out that tree probably will not stand the test of time with that much paving adjacent to it. So especially with the driveway and all the bouldering and everything. So
yeah, Michael, did you say that was a white oak?
I think it's labeled as
on the drawing.
I think it's a Spanish oak. It says Spanish oak. I don't know that we have Spanish oaks here, but that's what the surveyor called it.
Huh. I don't know what a Spanish oak is.
Neither do I.
I mean, generally oaks are very sensitive to development. So just the construction of the driveway, you can see it's definitely in the oak's critical root zone. So.
Oh, by the way, that graphic is not meant to be representative of the drip line.
But it's a substantial tree, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Like, do you know the DBH of the tree?
22 inch.
So that's, depending on whose standard you want to go by, that's a 30-some foot critical root zone for that tree.
30-foot radius or diameter?
From the tree, you go out 30 feet.
Radius.
Radius,
Okay.
yes.
So that formula is 1 point.
It's so some will say you need to preserve at least 1 foot for every inch diameter, but the general standard these days is 1.5 feet.
I see.
For
Okay,
every
good
inch.
to know.
Yeah, it's and just for folks to know, it can take several years for the tree to die. So you may put in the driveway and it may look good that first year, but second year it might decline, third year it might really decline. So just something to watch for. I'm not saying it's
Sure.
absolutely a goner, but if you're going to consult with an arborist, I would ask them, what you can do to help protect that tree from the impacts from construction. I don't know
Right.
that the pervious paving is going to make a big difference, honestly, but it's really the impact that's probably the construction activity that's going to have a more significant impact.
I mean, 30 feet from the trunk is way past the edge of the driveway towards the, almost to the porch edge, if I'm measuring sort of loosely.
Oh, so Spanish oak apparently is colloquial for southern red oak. Just looked it up, which we do have. So they're not as sensitive as white oaks, but all oaks are kind of sensitive.
More cultural appropriation there, eh?
That's common names of trees. That there's so many that it's, you know.
Well, does something like that turn into a condition on the CA in some manner? You know, if there's some compelling, you know, concerns from an arborist or something that would make that efforts that we're making on the site plan to save the tree sort of inconsequential, and their prediction that it will save it, is there, I don't know how we, in terms of thinking about whether this application moves forward today, that feels like an unanswered question. I think the commission's preference would probably be for the driveway to be straight. It sounds like maybe the applicant would like it to be straight if it weren't for the tree. And it sounds like maybe the future of the tree is in question from a lot of different reasons, just, you know, on Shannon's feedback. So is there a, how do we answer those questions? I don't know, Michael or Stephen, from your perspective, if it was your hope today that the application moved forward, or you were in a mindset that this was further feedback and that you would have an opportunity to continue and to make any other changes before coming back.
With the price of wood, I could use that tree, but
that's so very
that
true.
really wasn't necessarily your question.
No.
You know, I honestly, I don't mind the curve in the driveway aesthetically, and if that tree does die, then I'm quite certain we'll replace it with a sizable tree at some point in time if that were to occur. So we don't really care. But and as far as moving on, yeah. So we're hoping to get at least, you know, the hope obviously is to get everything approved or conditional on a few things so that we can move on to getting construction costs and figure out what that nightmare is going to be like.
Well, so the issue of the driveway being curved, if you were going to remove the tree, I mean, if the tree is going to die, and there's not really a point in building the driveway that way if it's not going to save the tree. So I don't think, I mean, if the commission feels strongly that they should consult with an arborist about, you know, how to treat the site in that area, it seems like it could result in a dramatic change or no change at all. But we just don't know that. So
Well, if I might add, it sounds like you're okay with the curved driveway to save the tree, and you're okay with a straight driveway if we're not going to change the tree. So either way, sounds like we just need to decide which way we're going to go then, right?
But what I'm saying is there's no point to giving some exception to having a curved driveway that's inconsistent with kind of how driveways are configured in the district if it's not going to save the tree. That makes sense.
So can this be done at a staff level, that we resolve that and get an opinion from an arborist and commit to you whether it's a straight driveway or hook driveway?
I think if the commission is okay with that, unless you all want to see it.
Or do we treat it in a similar manner to the previous application tonight, where we just take the driveway out of the application and follow up with it with better information?
I think it would probably make more sense to do this one where, like, if you approve it as is and then make a condition on the CA that they consult with an arborist, and if the arborist has a strong opinion about the driveway impacting the tree negatively, and so the driveway might as well be configured differently and the tree removed, then that could be an amendment that could be brought back. And I think we could review that at staff level because new driveways are something that is considered minor work within the design guidelines.
Alex?
We typically wouldn't approve a driveway to be built necessarily if there were a mature tree like this, and there was alternatives for parking. But obviously there's no street parking. There's not really, unless they completely reconfigured this to have the garage on the other side of the lot, there's not really going to be an alternative. So
Alex, does it make sense to pull up the street view and look at this piece was carved off from the neighbor to the north who left a relatively large side yard that I suppose their intention is never to develop it. Do we want to look at the trees that are to the north of this, to the left of this? And
I don't think you can really tell much from looking at street view. It just looks like a big glob of trees, unless you go walk through there, and like you can understand what the the forest is like in there. You can't really get an appreciation for it from the street view. Trust me, I have tried. Sometimes it's easier that way. But
not to plug my former employer, but Bing Maps is during the winter time for this street. So in the future, if you're looking for a clearer view, the Bing Maps is clear.
well, and we have pictometry software that's aerial, and I can look at all of that. But I don't think that's not really helpful. I don't think, I realize that there are a lot of mature trees there adjacent to this site. So, do I think that protecting the tree is important? Yes, but the commission has approved for plenty of trees to come out for new construction projects. And
well, I guess the point I was going to make is if there are substantial trees just to the north of it, saving this one in particular may not be as important. But if there are no large trees, moving north, then it becomes more important to save this one.
I definitely like the idea of approving it with a condition to consult an arborist.
Is the commission's preference for the driveway to be straight if the tree is, without consideration of the tree? So if the feedback from an arborist says there's really not a great way to save the tree, no matter what you do, given the constraints of how much space we have to put a driveway in the first place, is the commission's, is there consensus on the commission for the ideal configuration of the driveway at this location? Either as proposed or straight, in line with the garage.
Sounds like a plan.
Is there, is that the consensus of the commission? Because I think that gives Alex some clarity around looking at this at a staff level. And I guess it almost feels like if the driveway is straight, which would be more consistent with the neighborhood, there may be opportunity below the driveway to plant trees that's now, where it in play, like just move flip-flop where the tree and the relationship of a tree to the driveway in terms of putting a tree below the driveway instead of on top of the driveway where it is now.
And I'm probably going to shoot myself for this, but does that impact this whole boulder decision over there as well?
We're pretty close to the property line, so as the driveway goes into the garage, it is 4 foot below the grade at the property line at the front corner of the house. So we could we could probably eliminate the boulders and grade right up to the property line without a retaining wall.
I think that would, Alex, resolves your concerns about those boulders in the first place. I don't have as much concern about the boulders around the side along the property line where we're trying to get clearance for that egress window. Those don't bother me that much because I don't think they're going to be very visible. there, but the ones at the driveway, that would certainly eliminate that concern as well, if those boulders could go away.
Yeah, I think to the same extent, if it stays curved, the boulders are probably less impactful on the tree, just from a depth perspective, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think they probably turn into something to impervious, but they certainly don't cut roots up to put a footing in. So it's a little bit of a trade-off either way. I think that's all part of the sort of arborist consideration. It's not just the placement of the driveway, it's the boulders and the impact that those would have as well.
Agreed.
I think I'm comfortable with a condition around all of that in terms of getting better feedback from an arborist and amending an application down the road if we need to change the driveway. Alex, are you comfortable on your end with that? She says thumbs up. Commissioners, any other questions or concerns?
I do want to ask really quickly, what is your intention for the garage doors?
Something
Garage
that looks
door.
pretty. I don't know, Michael, you can speak to it. We're open to anything. I would say, yeah, I don't really know. As whatever fits the neighborhood is my general response. I know it was on my task list to find one and show Michael, but since there's very few in the area anyway, that's not always the easiest thing to do. So we're kind of open to anything.
Stephen, the default would be an overhead sectional door, a traditional operation, but with wood panels on the front of it that makes it look like a pair of swing doors. And that's what we've drawn. And then the question would be, is it painted? Is the panel like a tongue and groove? Is there beadboard? So can we,
Yeah, we would just
Stephen,
need the
consult?
specs for that. Yeah, down the
Okay.
road. That would just be another condition.
Sounds like
Thank you.
the Alex's 4 things that you listed would be a condition to provide specs for the garage door, the patio information, flagstone, and mechanical units, right? Those are the 4 pieces of information that you're missing.
Right, so there would be 5 conditions.
Yeah. Commissioners, are we in the position to make a motion?
Who will be the motion maker?
They were all waiting for Bill.
I know. Where did he go?
I don't know, but I know that that Commissioner Oliva and Commissioner Waters both have to leave at 9. So I know I can see that Commissioner Oliva is still here with us. I think Darren might have to leave.
I can make the motion. I just need to find the paperwork.
It's in the commissioner packet.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down to the right one.
Oh, sorry. The last one. I'll work on putting the conditions in there for you while you're reading.
Okay. All right. Chairman, based upon the evidence presented to this commission, including Exhibit A, new construction worksheet, 4 pages, Exhibit B, site plan, floor plans and elevation drawings, 10 pages, Exhibit C, landscape plan, Exhibit D, perspective rendering, Exhibit E, material specifications, 6 pages, Exhibit F, front porch detail drawings, 2 pages, Exhibit G, streetscape rendering, Exhibit H, color rendering, received May 6th, 2021, Exhibit I, revised material specifications, 55 pages, received May 11th, 2021, Exhibit J, is there an Exhibit J?
The photographs that Michael presented.
Okay, the photographs shown by Michael.
And my many street view images.
And the street view, Google Street View images, which would be Exhibit K.
That's
And the
everything.
commission's actual inspection and review of subject property by all members except. I move that this commission approve the certificate of appropriateness based on the following. 1, that the application is to construct a 2.5-story, 3,720 square foot primary structure with stone veneer and superior wall foundation finished with stucco, smooth woodlap siding, wood shake siding, and Tamco Heritage asphalt shingle roof in weathered wood color. Roof overhangs will have decorative wood back brackets. Windows will be Marvin Ultimate SDL, 2/1 double hung aluminum clad and single light and SDL 2-light aluminum clad casement. Pedestrian doors will be Rogue Valley half light wood panel and Marvin aluminum clad French doors. Garage doors will be wood paneled. Front porch will have wood decking, 2-inch by 4-inch vertical pickets spaced 2 inches apart and tongue and groove ceiling, and will extend over a flagstone patio at a basement level. Construct a concrete driveway with 12-foot wide concrete apron connecting from street to garage doors on front elevation. Construct a 4-foot wide flagstone path extending from driveway to front entry stair. Construct a stone patio adjacent to the rear elevation. 2 mechanical units will be installed adjacent to south elevation. Remove 19 mature trees to accommodate construction. Foundation plantings and maturing trees from the Montford recommended species list will be planted. Ground cover must be established within 15 days of completion of construction, and the remainder of the landscaping must be installed within 3 years of approval. If archaeological resources are discovered during site work, work will cease until city staff have been notified and have inspected the site. All work will be in accordance with the attached drawings and plans. All work will be in accordance with the attached drawings and plans. All permits, variances, or approvals as required by law must be obtained before work may commence. 2, that the standards for new construction, primary structures found on pages 92 to 93, walkways, driveways, and off-street parking on pages 50 to 51, landscaping and trees on pages 40 to 41, utilities and mechanical systems on pages 82 to 83, lighting on pages 42 to 43, and archaeology on pages 32 to 33 in the Montford Historic District Design Review Standards adopted on April 14th, 2010 and amended December 9th, 2019 were used to evaluate this request. 3, this application does meet the design standards for the following reasons. A, new primary structure is cited so that it is similar to the historic pattern in terms of orientation, setback, retention of green space, and spacing between structures. B, new primary structure is designed so that the overall character of the adjacent streetscape and building site is maintained. C, new primary structure is compatible in height, roof form, scale, massing, footprint, material, detail, fenestration, and proportion with surrounding historic buildings and other historic buildings in the district. D, location and size of window and door openings are compatible in placement, orientation, spacing, proportion, size, and scale with surrounding historic buildings. E, materials and finishes are typical of those found in the district. F, driveway configuration will respect the spacing and rhythm of the streetscape, will be constructed of dark colored gravel. G, new walkway and patio will be compatible with the site and district in terms of dimension, configuration, materials, color, and texture. H, mechanical units will be located on the side elevation and screened with plantings. 4, that the action and improvements proposed in the application before us for a certificate of appropriateness are congruous with the special historic character of the Montford Historic District.
Second.
To clarify, I think that item F and number 3 is driveway to be constructed of concrete.
Yeah, sorry, that was
Okay.
my fault.
Yeah, that was an amendment, wasn't it?
Well, I had the same confusion around the site plan when I first looked at it as Chair Kite did. So sorry.
Okay.
Second.
Really is proposed to be concrete. And Bill, you seconded that?
Yep.
Okay. We will vote by roll call. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner Waters leave yet? Looks like it. Commissioner West.
Aye.
And myself.
Based-
I as well. Sorry.
Based upon the foregoing findings and for the reasons set forth therein, I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions. 1, an arborist will be consulted to determine whether or not existing mature Spanish oak tree will be negatively impacted by the construction. If curved driveway will not mitigate harm to the tree will be removed and the driveway will be relocated to align with the garage doors, and a new maturing deciduous tree will be planted in the front yard. 2, manufacturer specifications for garage doors will be submitted to staff for review and approval. 3, patio dimensions and material information will be submitted for staff review and approval. 4, flagstone material for front walkway will be submitted for staff review and approval. And 5, mechanical unit specifications will be submitted for staff review and approval.
Second.
Okay. Roll call. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Myself. Aye. And that motion carries.
All right. Thank you, Michael and Stephen. I will follow up with you guys in the next few days or so.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for your service, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a great night. All righty. So we have some other business stuff to get through. Sorry, guys. I know that it's been a long one. So Shannon has a quick couple of minute UDO update on discretionary decisions. So I will turn it over to her.
Alex, I just wanted to say if Commissioner Oliva needs to leave, procedurally, we're supposed to vote to, excuse them from the rest of the meeting. So I know we didn't have a chance to say that to Commissioner Waters, but if Commissioner Oliva wants to leave now, then we should discuss that. Do you need to leave, Commissioner Oliva?
You're muted.
You're still muted.
No, I'll stay.
Okay.
Okay, so the commission may recall some time ago, we did a brief update about the new legislative land use chapter known as 160D. And just a quick reminder, 160D is a reorganization, recodification of the land use laws of the state. And it wasn't meant to be anything that changed the land use laws in any dramatic way, but it was meant to clarify, consolidate, and reorganize. Just generally, it was a collaborative effort between School of Government, legislators, and land use attorneys throughout the state. We updated the commission before about, you may recall that appeals of Historic Resources Commission decisions no longer need to go to the Board of Adjustment and can now go to Superior Court. So that was one of those changes that occurred with 160D. There have been a few more that we just wanted to update you on. First of all, there's been some enforcement clarifications, and as it relates to certificates of appropriateness and your historic district standards, this could potentially come into play with you all as well. It's just generally very straightforward. I don't think I need to get into the details of it, just about notice requirements and things of that nature. Speaking of notice requirements, we also are proposing or have proposed to update notice requirements for quasi-judicial hearings. The UDO had formerly required that all property owners within 200 feet of a subject property be notified by first-class mail. This kind of presents some problems with standing with quasi-judicial matters, and so we thought it was best to default to the state's standard, which is just those directly adjacent. So that has also been included. We also updated discretionary decisions. And so what we mean by discretionary decisions are any opportunities for staff to exercise discretion when making decisions. So staff, 160D made it very clear that staff should not be doing this, that those decisions are made by our elected or appointed officials, such as yourselves or the city council or others like that. And staff make administrative decisions, which are supposed to be more objective. So throughout the UDO, there were instances where certain staff are given that authority, those powers. And so we have now gone through the UDO and kind of removed all of that. That included some flex standards that had to be adjusted for in some cases with historic resources. So while we removed that discretionary language, we added some objective criteria where we can modify standards. And how this relates to cases that you all hear probably most commonly will appear with accessory structures. So you may recall having conversations in the past about, the setback is 6 feet, but if we can modify it by 2 feet, that would be more consistent with the district. So now we have an objective standard in our flexible development standards that allows staff to do that and allows you all to do that and consider that. So we think that's a benefit. And then the last thing I would mention is we will be updating conflicts of interest for all of our decision makers. I think Janice has been selective or methodically working through all of the different boards and commissions and updating the rules and procedures. I don't think she's done that yet for you all. Is that right, Janice?
No, I haven't. And I was just looking at that tonight because I thought that might be what you're talking about. But basically, for quasi-judicial bodies, the conflict of interest standard has not changed. But I did notice your rules of procedures refer to the old chapter 160A. So I do need to update it to refer to the 160D chapter, and probably will take that opportunity to just remind you the quasi-judicial standards, which actually the chair does a good job of reading every time. It's things like you can't have a fixed opinion, you can't do ex parte communication, you won't have a financial interest, and you won't have an associational or business relationship to an applicant. So I can go over those. It will probably be the next meeting, but.
So stay tuned there. So that's it. And that, as far as the commission is concerned, that pretty much wraps up the 160D changes. So I don't know if there are any questions, but I'd be happy to take those. It's really meant to just be more of an update, just to let you know some things have been happening.
So for like the hotel or the apartment that was gonna have the subdivision last month, only people directly touching that property would have standing to speak versus the 200 feet. Is that what changed?
Well, they would only those directly adjacent would be notified by first class mail.
Gotcha. Less stamps.
Yeah, I think I don't, it's repeating for some reason. I think the problem is that when you give notice to people across to 200 feet, they think they have standing because they've been notified. It is still a more difficult argument. It's not, in general, if you're an adjacent property owner, you will have standing. We didn't go into standing last time because that would have been, we would have been opening a hearing and giving, having evidentiary arguments about standing. So but anyway, to keep it short, it's just better to say likely somebody has standing if they're adjacent property owner, not so if they're, a neighborhood away or something, or not a neighborhood away, but a couple blocks away.
Any other questions? Everybody's like sleepy time. All right, well, if you guys don't have any questions, then I'll go on to the next item for the National Register nomination, because that's definitely one of the most important things in our other business tonight. We haven't had a National Register nomination come before the commission, I think, since Commissioner Vaughn's property. So we're always glad when we get to see these. So just as a reminder, part of your CLG responsibilities are to advise on properties either eligible for listing or properties already listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The decision is ultimately made at the state level. But once they make it this far, it's pretty much a yes. The South Asheville Cemetery is the oldest African-American cemetery in Western North Carolina. It was where originally began as a slave burial ground, if you read the nomination. And we've obviously learned more information about the restoration, et cetera, thanks to Commissioner Vaughn's nomination of Mr. Taylor, Mr. Gibson for the HRC award this year. So we're kind of excited to see all of this happening at once. A little bit different with this first. I should say that the South Asheville Cemetery was designated as a local historic landmark back in 2008. The church wasn't designated as part of that landmark designation, but it is included as an associated building with this nomination. So I've just got a couple of photos here just to give you some context. This is the church. And this is the site extent. This is in the Kenilworth neighborhood, and this is kind of looking north to south. So the church is down here on the left-hand corner, and then the site's pretty big. So what you all need to do is just, based on your review of the nomination, make a formal recommendation to the SHPO on whether or not you think this property should be listed in the National Register.
Do I need to recuse myself as secretary of the cemetery?
I don't think so. It's not quasi-judicial. Janice, what do you think?
No, it's not quasi-judicial any longer.
Okay, then I'll move.
Second.
Okay. And we vote. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Brusades.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazarus.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Major aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Myself. Aye.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go a little bit out of order from the way I arranged the next couple of items. So I know I sent out an email, but the HRC award event is a week from Saturday on May 22nd, and I've been conferring with Commissioners Vaughn and Hornaday about events and et cetera. So I just want to turn it over to Commissioner Vaughn for just a second to kind of give an update on that.
Yeah, it's late. We're giving the award here at the cemetery. Some of you are already attending. The only thing we need to know from those attending is if you would like one of the box lunches that the families of the recipients are going to be providing to those attending. Well, we already have Senator, I'm going to draw a blank.
Mayfield.
Senator Mayfield, Rep. Ager, a couple city council members, reps from other historic agencies. So we're trying to make it a big deal for the families. So if you can make it, great. If you can't, we get it.
Is it open to all of us to attend?
Absolutely. We would love to have you.
What was that date?
12 p.m.
12 p.m.
on May 22nd.
Saturday, yes.
At the site.
Yes. 20 Dalton Street.
Okay, well, count me in for a box lunch.
Great.
Same.
2.
Yeah, me too.
3. Okay. If any of you do decide to come and do want lunch, just let Alex know. She'll pass that along to me, please.
And is there anything we should bring or come prepared with other than our smiling faces?
No, but I'm glad you said that. If there is rain and we have to move inside, we of course are following CDC guidelines. And so if you don't feel like you really, really need to be there, we think it's more important to make sure that we accommodate the families and the church members and that type of thing. And we'll try and send out word of what we're going to try and do and adjust. But we won't know until a couple of days to start getting a sense of the weather report. Thank you for asking.
I'm happy to not be there if that makes it easier as well. So
I appreciate that.
Gail, I have to say that I am loving your cat right now. I don't know whether it's a girl or a boy, but its expression is just like, really, guys? Are you still talking?
Agreed. That's exactly what he's thinking. And it's like, you've usually in bed by now. What are you doing sitting at?
Wrap it up, Mom.
Yeah, my mom's been in and out several times, like, hey, it's time for TV. What are you doing?
Well, today is my son's birthday, so he's probably not very happy right now with me. And he's turning 11.
Last meeting was my birthday.
Yeah.
The last HRC meeting, yeah. Okay, so real quick, the last thing that we need to do, unless there are any other comments or things that you guys want to address, is just need to vote on the executive officers. So it was the slate that was put forth by the nominating committee was Emily Kite in the order of chair to the third vice chair. Emily Kite, Emily Spring, Gail Azaris, and Will Hornaday. So you all just need to take a vote on that.
Yeah, I move we adopt the slate.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote. Vice Chair Eakins.
Aye.
Commissioner Mercedes.
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner.
Aye.
Commissioner Hornaday.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazaris.
Aye.
Commissioner Oliva.
Aye.
Commissioner Spring.
Aye.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Myself, aye. Okay.
Yeah, move we adjourn.
Second, Vaughn.
Okay. See you next month or next Saturday, whichever comes first for you.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
See you later.